Check.
You like that?
All right. Good evening. What's going on, ladies and gents? Check 1 2. Doing this thing. Check 1 2. How y'all doing out there? Draft night number 2. We're ready to go through the marathon. Anybody out there ready? We ready to do this thing. Doing this thing. My name is Russell Wayne. This is the Lion Villain Report, the special draft day edition of the Lion Villain Report. I'm broadcasting live right now into the Detroit Lions News Podcast. Thank you, Joe Chap, allowing us to be in here. The Huddle Sports Network. We're broadcasting there too. How y'all doing? We are live on Roku. We are live on Johnny Gas Sports. Right there on YouTube. Right here. Here's some of our stuff. Right there. There's the Villain Squad YouTube page right there. The Johnny Gaz YouTube page right there. And here's the Villain Squad Facebook page right there. And this show, as always, is brought to you by Fanatics.com. That's right. You can get that Lions Pull Over hoodie by scanning that QR code. Save up to 25% off of your order from our affiliate marketing partners at Fanatics.com. And that isn't just NFL stuff. That's WWE stuff. That's the merchandise of the NHL and MLB and all that good stuff. Thank you for scanning that QR code, whoever did that. We invite everybody to like and share this content right here. Faith, family, and then football in that order. We use football. We don't let football use us. We don't turn into buttholes when our team loses. Right there. And we appreciate the stream. Thank you, Danny. Danny's in the house. Let's say hello to everybody in here. I appreciate you too. Gun Guy's taking his pants off.
You like that?
Danny's in the house.
You like that?
I appreciate you guys jumping on here tonight with me. You could be watching a better show like Woodward or Crunch Time, but you chose me. I'm getting better. That's the thing, is we get better every single day. If that's what you choose to do, get better. It's the 2025 NFL Draft. And here we are. And I have been using PFF to facilitate all of this gloriousness. And here we are in round 2. Pick 32. You got the Cleveland Browns that are on the clock right now.
But they are who we thought they were.
What? They took my thing out. Oh, man. Let me know where you are watching from in the comments right here while I try to get my NFL chime. There it is. There, I have to have my chime. I have to bring this thing out. I like to have that thing out there. We like that.
You like that?
We like that. We're sick of these Browns taking so long. Now, the Browns yesterday traded down and got a boatload of picks from the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the Browns are actually going to be picking twice within the next 4 picks, getting it done. My wife came up here and just laid out some food for me, some beautiful food right there. She's taking care of me. It's going to be a long night. But the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. All my friends are out there right now. They're all doing their podcasts. It always reminds me when you're in a podcasting community, like Smoke and Jeremy B, Bill the Packer fan, Robert Bertana, and Mike the Bear fan out there. All of the people that are out there doing podcasts. It's like we don't get to be on each other's podcasts because we're doing our own podcasts. So I dig that, but I don't get to see my boy. So I appreciate anybody out there. Ken Fisher, Ken out of Parma, just west of Jackson. My band used to play in Jackson back in the 90s. I can't even remember the name of the place that was. We played at way back in the day. So, what is your drink of choice out there? Ken Fisher. It's good to hear everybody. Good. What's up, Steve? Steve, my favorite Packer fan, is in the house. What you guys drinking tonight? What are you using to take the edge off? Making a little bit of fun? Make it a little bit fun. What are you smoking? What's your go-to smoke? What's your go-to drink? And if you're sober, I'm going to say congratulations. You're doing better than I am. I still have my vices. But let me know how you're feeling out there. I want to know where everybody's at. I got my Batman cup. I got my Crown Royal. I got my smoky treats. Now, I do prefer to smoke, but there's nothing wrong with, a Crown Royal. I like the good stuff. Ken Fisher's drinking some Captain and Coke. That's cool. What you drinking, Steve? You out there? You being sober tonight? You drinking, smoking? What you doing? I don't want to freak anybody out. Steve says he's feeling awesome there. All right. I'll go behind my draft show to do all my dirty work. Cleveland Browns have been on the clock here. We're still waiting for the first pick in the first round. Or I should say the second round. And once again, I enjoy having conversations with everybody. So what I'm going to do at this point, and I don't normally do this on my shows, but this is a special occasion. So I'm going to throw this in there. If anybody wants to come in and have a conversation with me, I'll throw the link into the comments right there. That's on the YouTube page. Steve is on the YouTube. Thank you for being on the YouTube, Steve. Thank you to everybody that's liking and commenting on the YouTube page. We're trying to build that up. We don't have as many people on that. We have over 64,000 people on our Facebook page. And Steve just joined. All right. Steve is in here. You're not going to try to come in here without a camera, are you? Oh, no. Got to bring in Steve. What's up, Steve? You there, Steve? Hello. I am not getting anything from Steve quite yet. I'm not getting sound from Steve yet. He must still be hooking up his sound. But we're going to get Steve in here. I want to know what he thought about the Packers pick. Packers take the speedy wide receiver out of Texas. Ran a 4.28 40. Got to like that guy. Matthew Golden out there. I'd like to know what you think. Did you mean to come in, Steve? I'll let you in. You just got to get that sound working. You got to be able to hook to the sound. But I invite you to jump in on here if you want to. Anybody that wants to do that. There. Oh, I see some sound there. There he goes. What's up, Steve?
What's up?
What is going on? Let me cut back some of this hip hop music here. I'll drop it back a little bit. How you feeling, brother?
I'm all right.
You're all right.
Yeah.
Took a wide receiver in the first round for the first time, it seems like ever.
Well, you know what? There was a funny thing that I caught about that. I don't think anybody acknowledged it but me. It was 23 years ago since the last receiver we took in 2002, right? And with the 23rd pick, we took a receiver. So that kind of hit me. I was like, wow, 23 years ago it's been that long since we drafted a receiver in the first round.
Now,
And
is that
then
a
with
good
the-
thing for you or a bad thing?
No, it's a good thing.
Okay.
I mean, I
But
think
they
we
didn't,
found.
or that
I
they
think
did?
we found our St. Brown.
Right? Oh, well, I mean, I don't think he's a lot like St. Brown. I think he's more
Oh, no,
like
I think he's going to be better than St. Brown.
well, that's a pretty bold statement.
Hey,
I mean, if you wanted to be up, a top 3 wide receiver, then I guess your expectations are up there because that's what St. Brown is.
yeah.
So
I'm not taking nothing away from St. Brown.
no,
I'm
you don't
not.
have to. I mean, if that's where the sky is right there for you, then take it, man. There you go. I mean, that's a great wide receiver if you can get him to be that.
But I called it earlier this morning on other pods. I'm calling it now. The Dallas Cowboys will draft Shedeur Sanders.
Dallas Cowboys. Okay, that
told
makes
everybody-
sense.
I told everybody to write it down.
So you
Write it down.
heard it here. You heard it here first, right here on the Villain Report. Steve is calling it out that Shedeur Sanders is heading to the Dallas Cowboys. That makes sense.
Well, see, another
Like
thing
that.
is when the Giants traded up last night to get Jackson Dart, it also hit me like, wow, that's amazing. Because who was the last quarterback for the Giants to actually do something?
I
Manning.
mean,
Eli
Me-
Manning.
sure.
Okay. And where
but-
did Eli Manning go to school? Ole Miss.
Ole Miss. Yeah.
And there's Jackson Dart, Ole Miss.
There you go. Hey, I like that call. I know that they were laughing about the Sanders was. I mean, do you think that Jackson Dart is a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders?
Well, see, with me, I can't answer that because, like I said, each team, if you ain't got players around the quarterback, that quarterback's not going to be good. Like, to me, I'm still high on Spencer Rattler. I just don't think he's in the right spot at New Orleans. If you put weapons around that boy, that boy's got it.
Sure. I mean, but
He's got
isn't that true for a lot of teams and a lot of, I mean, really, if you put a good team around, you got good blocking schemes and everything, doesn't it just seem like quarterbacks just kind of work in those systems, and when everything's working around them?
Yeah. I mean,
So-
everybody's like so negative. Like, to me, everything's good on paper. Like, every year after the draft, my brother will ask me, what do you think about the Packers draft? I'll be like, hey, I don't say nothing because they got to prove it on the field. This is the pros. This isn't college anymore. This isn't the
Right.
combine. This is a whole new level for these guys.
So you like your pick though, Matthew Golden's
I
a
love
good
it.
wide receiver, man. That dude ran a 4.28, a 4.28 40. He's got blazing fast speed. I mean, I would compare him to somebody on our team named Jameson Williams. When you talk about a guy that can take the top off of a defense, and
Yeah.
and Jordan Love's got a cannon.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that this says more about Christian Watson with this pick than anything else, that your regime doesn't trust Christian Watson
I don't
as
think
much
it's,
as the
I
deep
don't
down.
think it's Watson. I think anything like me and a few other guys think that we feel that Romeo Dobbs is the one that's on his way out.
Really? Okay. I mean, he did have some, didn't he have like a mental breakdown last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that could be right, but the Christian Watson can't stay on the field, and what Matthew Golden is to you is definitely a deep threat.
Yeah. But he's a good route runner. He reminds me of guys like St. Brown, Hines Ward, Greg Jennings. Those interior guys who's not afraid to go across the middle. Tyreek Hill, and stuff
Right.
like that. That's who I see golden.
Mary Smith right there. You got your Coronas, girl. I like that. You're still on them Coronas right there. But we got it. So I do want you to know, everybody that's listening right here, I'm going to get this stuff earlier. I'm using PFF. I got a subscription, so I'm getting this stuff pretty quick. So the pick is in. The Cleveland Browns are going to go ahead and select Carson Schlesinger, linebacker out of UCLA, for the 33rd pick in the 25 draft there. Thought they might go with Shedeur Sanders right there, but they're still, Shedeur Sanders still out there, and the Houston Texans.
You've had enough of that
And the Houston Texans are now on the clock, and they're definitely not taking Shedeur Sanders.
No.
So, I don't know a lot about this linebacker. Let's see what we can find about this linebacker. Yeah, you're gonna have to bear with me. I know that you want to turn this into a Packer love fest right here, but
No, I don't.
I'm kidding. I'm joking with you. I'm joking. I gotta mess with you. All right, this is what I'm trying to share. Did that not go in? You butthole. I'm moving on the fly right here. Let's see if that work. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So Carson Schlesinger out of UCLA. The first look right here, you got 6'2", 225, a little bit lighter right there. Light NFL linebacker. He has elite processing speed and intelligence, giving him starter and impact ability as Mike or Will linebacker for a 4-3 scheme right there. They had him at 53 on the overall PFF board. And then the stats right there, looks like he had his best season right there at 80.6 in 2024 for UCLA. Had 705 defensive snaps. Hasn't been consistent through his career right there. So they're basing this, and they're getting this guy off of 1 year worth of production. Last year he didn't play very much. Looks like he only played in 2 games, only played in 5 games year before, so he doesn't have as much experience. So I don't know. What do you think about this pick just off a first glance right here? You ain't got nothing on that? Going 100% all the time. Seems like a good effort guy right there. So I don't know. There you go.
Well, like I said,
Cleveland drafted a linebacker. Good for Cleveland.
each guy's got to go where they get drafted. They got to go in and learn a whole new system. They got to be trained. They got to learn all the chemistry, everything. I mean, this stuff that you look back on film in college, yeah, it looks all great, but you always notice they always just show the good plays. They don't show like the missed tackles or the drops or the whatever and this and that. You just see the good plays.
It's crazy to me. Like, there is just some edge. There are some players that were rated really high. Mike Green was the 10th overall rated defender, edge defender, and he's still on the board. Will Johnson from Michigan is still on the board.
Well, Will Johnson's knee is in really bad shape. That's why he's fallen.
Sure, I got that, but the talent is undeniable, and at this point, you're if you got to wait on a guy.
But is the talent going to be there? Oh, there goes Jaden Higgins. Wow, they just got. See, that's the receiver I was wanting. If anything, I was wanting Jaden Higgins.
Oh, it looks like Seattle is trading. Seattle is on the clock, so they have traded for the 35th pick. So Seattle is on the clock right now. I don't know who the hell was there. Tennessee was. So Tennessee has traded their pick to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
Interesting. Seattle, who did they take in the first round? Where'd Seattle go? Where are you at, Seattle? Come here, Seattle. They took the offensive lineman Gray Zabel out of North
Yeah.
Dakota State in the first round. So they're looking for an edge defender. I think they'll go with an edge defender if I'm looking at this, or they may go with another interior offensive lineman right there. But they have
Should
traded.
this be Mike Green?
It could. I mean, it could be any. There's a bunch of edge players. There's, you got Isaac Arakawu from Boston College. Yep. Nick Scorton still available. God, he was a top 30 player too.
I would love to get him.
Landon Jackson. Still,
We can get Scorton and team him up with his old teammate from Texas A&M, Edgerrin Cooper. I think that would be sweet.
So the Houston Texans selected Jaden Higgins.
Yes, I love Jaden Higgins.
So Jaden Higgins, let's take a look at this guy for Houston. Wow, we got Seattle on the clock. Jaden Higgins is 6'4", 215. This is a big body X wide receiver. Oh shit, I'm not showing you guys. What the hell's wrong with me? Hold on, guys. I apologize. I want you to be looking at what I am here. Yeah, 6'4", 215. 22 years old, so it looks like he got his whole college career in. Coming from
Iowa State.
You're talking about a little bit smaller of a school. He was ranked 37th on the big board.
No, Iowa's not a small school.
Iowa State is
Iowa State's
a smaller
school.
school.
Because I tell you what, they gave that's where Purdy's from.
Oh, okay. Now listen, put this into perspective right here. When I say small school, is it big like Michigan, or big like Ohio State, or Wisconsin? Like
they play them.
They play them, but what I'm talking about is they're small. Okay, I got you. I feel. So what we have here with Higgins is you have more of a consistent wide receiver that's been good 2022, 2023, 2024, grading out at over 90.
And there's another receiver that is almost as good named Jalen Knoll from Iowa State that's in this draft.
Well, we'll see. We're going to look at these guys. I'm curious to see. Okay, 6. There we go. For the 35th pick in the NFL Draft 2025 style, the Seattle Seahawks have selected Nick Imanawari, safety out of Carolina. What?
South Carolina.
Yep. Wow.
Maybe they're bringing back the Legion of Boom.
Oh, wow. Look at this dude. 6'3", 227. This dude is bigger than the linebacker that they just sent to Cleveland. Tricky prospect. Require a leap of faith considering that where he's likely going to be drafted. He has elite athleticism and playmaking ability, suggests that his ceiling could be on par with that of Kirby Joseph. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're dreaming there, buddy. But if they're going to say that his ceiling is like a Kirby Joseph, I'm going to have to say that's a pretty good pick right there. Looking at Seattle, they come up and they get their guy. That's something I like about trading up. You may have to give up something, Steve, but, when they say teams draft for best player available, when you trade up, that's bullshit. You ain't trading up for that. You're trading up to take the need, right? You're taking the guy you want, right?
Now, Russell, you better be prepared because Chicago's going to have 2 picks in this round.
Cleveland didn't waste no time with the 36th pick. They just, boom, put it right in there. And they have selected with the 36th pick Quinshon Judkins, the halfback out of Ohio State. Yep. The next one off the board might be a little bit of a reach. I thought that he was more of a 3rd round pick, but Judkins stays in Ohio. Just won a national championship with the Buckeyes, and he is drafted to his hometown. Home.
Wow, he went before Henderson.
So, yeah, Henderson more of a speed back. You know, he's going to be more of a third down back in the NFL. I don't think that he's going to be a 3-down back. I could be wrong. I'm just a Crown Royal drinking out of a Batman cup with my piss poor opinions right here. But you're watching the Lion Villain Report. I got my guest Steve on here, and Steve is a Packer fan. And I did throw that link into the comments back there if you want to join the show. Let me know what's going on. We got the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders are on the clock. And their needs are no longer running back because they got the dog.
Gente.
And I like that pick for him. Genty is going to change that franchise. I have a feeling about this. I think that this kid is going to be the best running back in the NFL.
No.
And my team has a good one.
No. No, Genty ain't going to be no Gibbs.
He's not going to be Gibbs. He's going to be different than Gibbs.
Well,
he actually has the lower center of gravity. With the short. Yeah, I mean, he's very hard to tackle, bro. Like, I mean.
Now you want to talk about small schools. Boise State was no, like, Big Ten, SEC.
Oh,
ACC,
no.
You know. I mean,
But
I don't want
when
to knock him, but I wasn't a high on Genty. Now, Omarion Hampton, who the Chargers got, that's a good back.
Oh man, I'm telling you, wait till you see Genty in the NFL. That short. I mean, we had one here that was really, really good, and he was short too. And when you talk about a guy that is that low to the ground, low center of gravity, and he uses it, it's very hard to tackle a guy like that. He's very, very hard to tackle. He's going to be hard to tackle in the NFL too, I think. I mean, I'm not saying Hampton's not going to be good. I can agree with you there. They that might have been a little bit of a reach right there, right? Don't you think, in the first round? But
I'm just glad it wasn't us.
Yeah. I mean, but it kind of reminds me of, the blank look on all the Lions' faces when we selected Jahmyr Gibbs. A lot of people didn't expect that, but I'm glad our GM is smarter than the fans are. So we got the Raiders on the clock. So what are you guys doing? Let's see what we got in here in the comments right here. Al Curry says that the Lions going to be taking Mike Green. Mary Smith is on her Coronas.
I don't know if Mike Green's going to fall that far.
Ken Fisher saying, I can't figure it out, Russell. Why the Bears took a tight end? It seemed like their needs were in other areas in tight ends, and they have now in the house pretty good to begin with. Yeah, Cole Kmet was pretty good. That was a head scratcher for me. I mean, there was a lot of great players.
I love Cole Kmet.
And they take Loveland out of Michigan for their selection. I mean, I would have definitely went a different way if I had a top 10 pick in this draft. They could have definitely gotten help in other areas. I don't know. I don't know how Bear fan feels about selecting a tight end with their top 10 pick.
I mean,
I don't know. I know Lions fans didn't like it at any point. They didn't like the Hockenson pick because it's too high to take a tight end. They didn't like it when it was Pettigrew, and they selected in first round. And then the best tight end that we've had in probably 30 years, they drafted in the second round, and Sam Laporta. So go figure.
Laporta didn't do much last year like he did his first year.
Well, Laporta was injured, really playing on an injury for like the first 8 weeks. So he started out slow and ended better. But we have an embarrassment of riches, Steve. So, there's one ball but we have all these playmakers. So,
Are
somebody
you
gets.
guys trading JMO?
We're not going to trade Jamo. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. It's nonsense talk.
How'd that get started?
1 second, Steve.
All right.
For the 37th pick in the NFL draft, that it has been traded. They have traded the pick to the Miami Dolphins, and the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock. Their needs are tackle, guard. They need all the offensive line help that they can get, because Tua Tagovailoa has been concussed like 19 times in the last 2 years, and if he takes another blow to the head,
could this be right?
And there it is. God, I called this. Am I the fucking man? There you go. For the 37th pick in the NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins have selected tackle Jonah. God, why? What is up with these? Savanea. Savanea. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that better? Oh, okay, cool. Savanea, a tackle. Like I said, you need to protect Tua Tagovailoa, or he's going to be unalived.
It's actually Savanea.
Savanea. Ooh, that sounds way better. That sounds sexy. Savanea. Savanea. Oh, you can tell when the crowns start hitting me. I'm wondering when I'm going to get Johnny Gaz up in here. They're probably going to be closer to 50. Oh, gosh. We got the New England Patriots are now on the clock. That, Bell, you need to be a little bit quieter, okay? Okay, that's a little bit better. Because I still need to hear the hip-hop in the background.
They gave up the 48th, a third 98th, and a fourth 135th. Is what the Raiders got.
Hey, it's the price of doing business, folks. If you want to get up in the draft.
7 more picks, and we're going to see what the Cowboy does to see if they take Shedeur.
Oh, you're riding on it, man. You got some cheese on it in Vegas?
No. But I'm just calling it.
So the Patriots on the clock in the first round. What did you guys do? What did the Patriots do in the first round? Come on, Patriots, where'd you go? I'm going to find you, you little sneaky guys. Where you at, Patriots?
Now, with New Orleans, I could see the only team that can actually maybe snag Shedeur if.
Man, this guy's going to drop to the 4th round and everyone's going to be freaking out, but that'd be hilarious if he just drops right out. Ain't nobody wanting nobody with an attitude coming in, acting like they're better than...
Do they want to deal with Dion?
I mean, this dude's coming out, every interview I ever see him in, he has this, like, arrogance about him. And this game's hard. I mean, you see that. It's like 11 on 11, and it's war out there. And it takes more than one guy. You have to learn how to work with other people. It ain't going to be, I'm going to put him on my back. I'm going to do everything. But you never know. Maybe he'll be great. So we got Michael Aaron up in the house. I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't have been mad if the Lions wouldn't have grabbed Sanders. I have no idea what you mean right there. John, Crown Royal, did you get the one that came in a lot? I did get the one that had the Lions bag, but that is not the one I'm drinking right now. As far as flavor goes, I like the peach. I like the peach Crown Royal. That's what I drink. And I like sativa doobies. They relax my mind.
I don't drink.
And that is awesome.
51 years old, and I don't even know what alcohol or beer tastes like.
That's awesome. It's better off. You're better off that way, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling
And
you.
I never smoked
It's a
either.
vice to me. I recognize it as a vice.
I never smoked either. I guess you could call me CM Punk.
There you go. I respect that. I respect that.
Straight edge. You been watching any of that lately?
Oh man, I watched WrestleMania and I was blown away with some
What do
of
you
the
think
stuff.
now? What do you think about now? Randy Orton, RKO, and John Cena.
It's beautiful. I mean, you couldn't draw it up any better than that. You know, you got John Cena sitting with 17
Yep.
world titles. You got Randy Orton, who's going to take that title from him, by the way, to get his number 15. I think Randy Orton's going to creep up. And because, wow, John Cena's been out doing movies and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Randy Orton's just been holding down the fort. And he never, I mean, I don't think he's held the title in a while. And he's always done, like, good bitch work, you know, and doing whatever, a good company man. So he deserves to get a title run or 2 or 3, you know, at this point for who he is, you know.
Man, my girl's here, and she's a Colts fan.
Oh, no. That was our away game. We went to the Colts game when the Lions played them this year. My son and I, we went to Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's right.
It was
That's
fun.
right.
We like going to the away games. I like feeling the energy of the opposing team's fans. It's cool to me. I love the vibe.
She's waiting for next year for the Colts to draft Arch Manning.
Rick C says JMO's roster value is greater than his trade value. That is such a good statement, Rick C. I'm going to talk about this for a second while we're waiting for the New England Patriots to select 38th overall. His roster value is greater than his trade value. That's what I was talking about. If we were going to trade Jameson Williams, like, I was just saying, hey, you're going to have to give me the 2nd overall pick and a 3rd round pick for Jameson Williams. Oh, that's too much. Okay, then we're not trading Jameson Williams because his worth on our team is more than it is trying to sell him for draft picks. Like, you're either going to let me pull your pants down and I'm going to take all your draft picks and I'll give you Jameson Williams, or we're just going to keep him because he's awesome. Oh, gosh. So for the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots have selected Trevion Henderson, halfback, Ohio State. So there he goes. He
Both
goes
Ohio
to
State
New England.
backs go back to back. No.
They got good
Yeah.
backs, man. They breed them. They breed good backs and they breed good wide receivers.
Did they just go back to back, the 2 Buckeye running backs?
They sure did. Yep. Not back-to-back, like, but back-to-back running back picks. But there was a tackle that was selected in between them.
Oh, that's
And now
right.
the
WMAF.
Chicago Bears have 2 out of 3 of the next picks right there. Ken Fisher said probably a long time ago, TJ Hawkinson was the high tight
A
end,
little bit.
tight end pick.
I can't.
The Lions pick before Laporta. I mean, there's just, to me, I just want defenders. I'm an offensive line guy, defensive line guy.
I'm not going to be.
I love the pick of the Lions taking, Talik Williams, because I'm an Ohio State fan, for one. I watched Talik Williams his entire career, and Talik the Freak will make a difference in the middle of that defense. It's, when you're talking about somebody that can help Aiden Hutchinson get sacks, Talik Williams is a guy that, lives in double team world. He initiates double teams, and he's good at it. He's going to take on 2 people, and that frees up Aiden Hutchinson. Okay, you want more sacks, Lion fan? Then Talik Williams was a good pick, and we'll have to see what they're doing here. But it looks like we played this game yesterday, Lion fan. and I know, I'm sorry, I'm going to put Steve through this because he's a Packer fan, but I love him, but I'm still going to put him through it.
You like that?
So every time that somebody doesn't pick an edge rusher, it's like a victory. It's like we're playing this game in the draft. It's like having a game in the middle of the off season that your team gets to play, and it's like points. Trevion Henderson, you know, when you have Jahmyr Gibbs and you have David Montgomery and Craig Reynolds and Zion Vaki, and you need no running backs, and they select a running back.
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
Yeah, we like that because that's not an edge rusher. Okay? So every pick that is made that isn't an edge rusher is a victory for the Lions. So how about that? And it gets closer and closer to 60 every time they make a pick. But the Chicago Bears are on the clock. What do you care? Do you care? No. But who are they going to take? They took a tight end when they didn't need it. Do you think they'll actually take a running back or an edge
Well, we know
defender, somebody to
that
help
Johnson,
their defense?
Well, we know Johnson does not like DeAndre Swift.
That is true. That is very true.
So
Man, I
mean,
wish
it went
Broski would have taken my invitation and he was on here because I would love to know what Broski would think here.
right. But with both Buckeyes running backs now gone, I'm sure Chicago probably would have loved one of them.
Rick C says Bears about to draft a kicker and then a long snapper. So we're talking, you know, you're talking the best kicker in the nation at 39 and then a long snapper at 41, but the best one. But the best long snapper, like the badass long snapper.
You've had enough of that shit.
Oh gosh. Come on, Bears. You had these two picks lined up right here. It's taking you so long. You're holding up the whole damn draft night. It figures. Jeez. Like we have all frickin' night. We have all frickin' night to sit here and wait for the Bears to pick. Oh, Ryan Poles doesn't know what he's doing. The Bears still on the clock. Sorry, I'm trying not to eat in your ear.
You're fine.
Oh, my wife killed that meal. It tastes so good. I started working out again, Steve.
Oh, so you're ready for the WWE?
I'm not ready for the WWE. I just want to live longer at this point.
Oh.
I'm 50 years old, brother.
I
There
thought
we
maybe
go.
you was going to go join Seth Rollins and
Oh,
Braun
I
Breaker.
would. Look at this. Here you go. This is going to go down as a good pick for the 39th pick in the NFL draft. The Chicago Bears have selected Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Missouri. And you're talking about the PFF's 15th overall prospect ranked right here. The only knock on him, really, this is kind of like your Amon-Ra St. Brown clone right here. He's short, but you're talking about a guy that can run all the routes and, you know, the do-it-all wide receiver. Tough, works hard. So
What are they happy about?
they should be happy. They should be happy with that. If you're a Bear fan, that's a good pick right there. How do you not like that? Luther Burden III. Let's see what I know about him.
I would not want him.
5'11", 208. You're talking about Burden is an ideal 5-tool multi-sports athlete for a receiver position in the NFL. The first round talent as well as a well-rounded as they come, displaying the ability to succeed at any receiver spot in any offense.
Well,
Willing blocker.
Hey, do you know that Seth Rollins is supposed to announce one of the Bears picks?
Okay. Maybe he's going to announce the long snapper pick.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when they take that long snapper. Well, we're having some fun here. Come on, everybody. If you're out there and you're still alive out there, we got Ken Fisher in the house. You know, we got Steve's in the house. Obviously, he's on here talking with me. I'll throw that right back in there. If you guys want to come on to the show and get me to kick Steve off of here, feel free. If somebody else wants to jump on here, I think that you're pretty safe, Steve.
Oh, hey.
I only got three people viewing right now. You know what? One of these days, my show is going to be so cool that people will watch it. And I appreciate anybody that is watching. And if you are one of the 3 people, one of the 5 people that are watching it right now, you want to jump on the show, use the link.
Yeah.
We're going to talk some football.
Come on, have fun, talk football. I mean, nothing to be afraid of. I mean, I've known Russell for a couple of years now, and, you know, he's a Lions fan. I'm a Packer fan, and we bash each other, but it's all in good fun.
It is. And you were on top of this rivalry when we met.
Yep.
And now the tides have turned a little bit. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of can understand what it was like. You know, your team was very, very good, and it's still good. Like, I'm not saying that you're done or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, it used to be, I would feel going into a Packer game where it was like, we're going to lose unless something great happens, you know, because Aaron Rodgers is just going to beat us. That's what Lion fan would feel. You know, and now it's not like that. I feel like with the way that we play and the players that we have, you know, that are young, that are on our team, that are part of our pillars, are as good as anybody that's out there. I feel we're good to win any game. You know.
Yeah, but now with Detroit, with the 2 new coordinators, like I said, I'm not going to dog them or nothing, but I've been asking many, many, many Lion fans, this is going to be a totally different offense ran now than it was last year.
See, I don't understand that.
Well, one, whoever their OC is, he's not going to be calling the same thing like Ben Johnson did.
Hold that thought. For the 40th pick in the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints have selected quarterback Tyler Show from Louisville. So Shedeur Sanders gets passed up by another quarterback. So the coordinators. Let's get back to the coordinators right here with Ben Johnson. I get it, man. But Ben Johnson, when he came here, if you understand who John Morton is, then you'll be totally okay with what was going on. So in 2022, when Ben Johnson was named the offensive coordinator for the first few weeks, I think for half of the damn season, it was Dan Campbell that called all the plays. He wouldn't give up the play calling for a little bit, and then he finally gave it over to Ben Johnson, and you know the rest is history right there. But John Morton was the other guy in the room when they designed the offense, when Jared Goff and John Morton and Ben Johnson, when they were in the room, they designed the offense. That's why they brought John Morton here. He knows what it is. He helped to make the offense, but got offered a really, really good job in Denver. Went there for a couple years, and now he's back. But now he's the defensive or the offensive coordinator, and he's going to make, the play calls, right? But that's not going to be like that anymore. The offensive coordinator is now the offensive coordinator, which is Jared Goff. So you are no longer calling plays, John Morton. You are making play suggestions. And Jared Goff is going to be running the offense, much like he has been running the offense for the last 2 years, whether you know it or not. Ben Johnson calls 5 plays at a time. And it's up to the quarterback to go in there and read the defense and decide which one of those 5 plays is going to work. So, do we give too much credit to Ben Johnson for the offense? I think as far as the nuts and bolts goes, yes, we do. But that doesn't take anything away from Ben Johnson and who he is and what kind of coach he could be. I think he's going to be a good coach in Chicago. But what the Lions have built is a machine that is going to be able to spit out offensive and defensive coordinators because they know how to train and develop not only players but also coaches. And that's all I got to say about that. Chicago is back on the clock, Steve. Gosh, are these guys ever going to stop picking? Oh. Chicago looks formidable.
Where's your buddy Johnny Gay, whatever his name is that?
He'll probably be on right around pick 50, if I had to guess right. Uh-oh. The Chicago Bears have traded pick 41, and now the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And since we're both behind here, I think I'm going to go ahead and throw this bad boy up there. So it's not so. So, yeah, we got pick 41 has been traded. So Ryan Bowles out there just slanging draft picks.
Bears getting more picks. Maybe they are going to win a division this year.
Well, they're definitely going to be better. But, you know, I don't think anybody's going to take the division away from the Lions. I haven't seen enough yet from any team.
We can.
Because, I mean, we don't even need to draft any players, and our team could beat every team in the division.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I would. Because we're going to get players back, and it's going to make it look... We're going to add Aiden Hutchinson to a 15-win team. They won 15 games without him.
You're not winning the 15 games this year.
I know we're not going to win 15 games. That was ridiculous.
I say Lions go 8-9.
You're crazy. You're dreaming. You're in troll land at that point. You have nothing to base that on. There's nothing. I mean, you think the loss of coordinators is going to do that much? Yeah. The only reason that the Philadelphia Eagles lost all those games is because they were stupid enough to bring Matt Patricia into their fold, or else they might have won 2 Super Bowls in a row, because that team has been all the way there. And the Lions ain't going nowhere. All of our all-pro players are going to be a year better. And they're already all-pro players. I mean, all that the Bears have is a hope and a dream that some of the players that they picked are good. Same thing with the Packers. You're hoping that those players... I know my guys are good. That's why they're all pros. That's why Brian Branch you ain't going to have to worry about him ever. That's why Kirby Joseph is going to take the ball away from teams all the time, because that's what he is. That's why he has more interceptions than anybody since he's came into the league. That's why he got the big fat contract. I mean, if the Packers better worry about not finishing last, because the Bears are really good. What about the Vikings? What do you think about the Vikings? You think they're any good?
Oh, they're loaded. It's all riding on J.J. McCarthy.
That's it right there. Okay, so there they go. The The Buffalo Bills come up to get defensive tackle T.J. Sanders out of South Carolina. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. There's not a lot of the defensive tackles have went in this draft.
You know what?
So,
one of my best friends just died Friday, and he was a Bills fan.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I have a good friend that's a Bill fan too.
Like I said, and a buddy of mine yesterday said, you know how sad it would be if the Bills won the Super Bowl this year because, our friend just passed. I said that would suck. I said that would suck for him.
Yeah, that would suck. I know a lot of Lions fans that were like that, never tasted a Super Bowl. And,
Well, I mean,
they were
was there for
dedicated.
4 of them,
and they still may never get one. As good as I think that the Lions are, it's so hard to win a Super Bowl. Like, you can have these great teams. It's like all the criticism that's given to Jared Goff could be given to Josh Allen too. Like, can he get it done? And that's what it comes down to. Can you win a Super Bowl? Josh Allen could be the greatest quarterback. He might be Dan Marino, but unless you get that championship,
there'll never be another Dan Marino.
But yeah, Dan Marino, he's the guy that didn't win a Super Bowl that gets all the credit. Where I don't even think that. I think Dan Marino was decent, but I think Jim Kelly was better.
Well, the class of '83 is probably one of the best quarterback classes of all time. Elway, Kelly, Marino.
Jim Kelly is probably the greatest quarterback to never win a Super Bowl. And I know that Dan Marino gets thrown into that, but you know the reason that Dan Marino didn't make it to more Super Bowls was Jim Kelly. Couldn't beat Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly made it to all the Super Bowls, 4 of them in a row.
Well, you just
owned the AFC.
Well, just think though, if the Jets could have had Dan Marino, the Jets could have had Jerry Rice, the Jets could have had Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, and the Packers could have had Barry Sanders.
And don't even bring me up with that.
Hey,
don't even do that.
Oh, dude, there's 100 of them. We were just going over that the other day. The Lions got the Lions drafted
Tony
Charles
Manders.
Rogers, and pick 3, the pick after that was Andre Johnson. So
Tony Mandrich.
yeah. So there we go. So the Jets, the Jets, the Aaron Glenn Jets have selected Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU. And you know what that is? You know what that isn't, Steve? It's not an edge.
You like that? You like that?
I like all these players that they're picking. In defensive interior, we got our guy. Wide receiver, halfback, tackle, halfback, safety, wide receiver, linebacker. This is all good news for Lion fan. Lion fan, they ain't selecting edge yet. Why are these edges falling? I know why they're falling. Because you watch.
I can see if we're there, I can see us taking Donovan Ezeraku.
You know why the edges are falling, Steve? Because there's so many of them.
Because they're living on the edge.
Living on the edge.
Right.
No, it's because there's so many of them. That's why. There's so many of them, and the other positions. I believe that the Lions took the defensive interior because the defensive interior position was starting to get thin, right? And if you know that there's 15 edge players that you like, the chances of one falling to you, 32 picks later is a lot better if there's, than having 4 or 5 defensive tackles that would be, making your team better, right? So all these edges are going to start coming off. Once the first one comes off, there's probably going to be a run of like 15 of them, because there's a lot of good edge players available right now.
Well, one thing, fans are not looking that I look at too is that you got these good players coming in, from college to the pros, and how many of them are going to have the right mindset? Because there's not a lot, but there's so many of them who could have had great careers in the NFL, and they go off field and do something horribly stupid,
Right.
and ruin their life, ruin their career. I mean, what are you guys thinking?
They need to knock that shit off, Steve. They need to knock it off right there. I've itemized this right here while we're waiting on the San Francisco 49ers.
My
Right
brother's
now.
team.
Are they going to take Shadur Sanders? Oh,
No.
well, then the Cowboys are right after that. But
Yep.
I got these itemized right here, and look at all these good edge players right here. Mike Green, Easy Rockaroo.
As a Raku.
Scorton, Landon Jackson, Swinson, Princely, JT, Jared Ivey. All these guys are, you could take any of these guys in the second round. These are all good edge players, and look how close these are overall. 61, 75, 76, 81. And to think that there's, 22 different positions that somebody could be, and all of these edge players are available. I've never seen anything like this. That many players, and that's why nobody's taking them. You might as well empty out the other cupboards. It's crazy. It's crazy. If Christopher Walken would say it's crazy, the way they be drafting these guys. Oh, man. Where is Mike Green going to go? That's crazy that he fell so far.
Could he go right here to San Fran? But they lost Greenlaw.
You have to deal with the character issues.
They lost Greenlaw. Could San Fran take Mike Green right here?
Mike Green. They need interior offensive line. They could use interior defensive line.
Well, no, they
edge.
got Nolan yesterday.
They got who?
They got Walter Nolan
Okay.
yesterday. The Niners lost a lot, and I mean a lot.
Right.
They lost Debo.
You want Debo?
And they don't know what's going to happen with Kittle because one, Purdy's going to be getting a big contract. He wants $50 million.
They already took their edge. They took Mikael Williams.
Yeah.
That's
that's
okay.
right. Walter Nolan went to Arizona. That's right.
Yeah, so they already took their edge. The cornerback. Is this a spot where Will Johnson goes?
No.
Could San Francisco, do they have enough cornerback help that they could sit on?
Ford.
So they need somebody.
Yeah, they lost. The pick is in.
Let's see what we got here. Best available corners. Trey Amos out of Mississippi. Benjamin Morrison. Yeah, this pick could be a cornerback. Because they already picked an edge. It's not like they couldn't pick two edges, but there are a boatload of them. Still available. They probably feel dumb jumping up on an edge because Mikael Williams ain't any better than like any of these guys that are available that are still edges. There's only one elite edge in this class. And there it is. The pick is defensive interior, Alfred Collins out of Texas. So, like we were just going over, PFF has got their shit on lockdown in here. That was listed as their third need that they had. You got Dallas Cowboys on the clock. We're going to see if Steve's prediction is going to come true right here. Will the Dallas Cowboys select Shedeur Sanders?
John
You like that? You like that?
You've had enough of that shit. We're gonna bite a kneecap off. We're gonna bite a kneecap off. We're gonna bite a kneecap off.
Stop playing with us.
Wow, their pick is in already.
Playoffs.
There they go. Well, are these guys actually idiotic enough to take a quarterback, you know, when you're paying $60 million to your quarterback? I think they did this straight away,
know,
Trey Lance.
They gotta know Prescott's not the long-term answer.
I don't know if they know that because they just signed him to a multi-year $60 million a year deal. And they're going to pay that for the next 3 years, whether he's on the team or not. And that sucks to be a Cowboy fan. I'm so glad.
You've had enough of that.
That was probably one of the most satisfying games that I had last year. Was that sweet revenge on the Dallas Cowboys after Jerry Jones paid for a victory in the previous year. We put a whooping on them boys, but that's the game that Aiden Hutchinson got injured in. So that was like bittersweet, if you remember. Oh, man. Ken Fisher said, what did he say? Ken Fisher says, question is, does the Bears have the same talent as the Lion when it comes to calling those particular plays? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that people don't talk about. You know, yeah, we lost our coordinator, but players make the plays, guys. Like, it's amazing how well a play will work when Penei Sewell is your lead blocker running to the outside. You know, we got some talent. And to me, I would think that the Detroit Lions, with the talent that we have, would be an offensive coordinator's wet dream to come in. And there we go. Dallas with the pick. The pick is in. Dallas has selected Donovan Ezekirakaru. Thank you. I don't have to ever say that freaking name again because I care nothing about what the Dallas Cowboys do, but that's a dagger in the heart. You've
had enough of that shit. You've had enough of that shit.
So all the Lion fans. Rick said, I thought you said that you didn't drink. No, I said that I prefer smoking over drinking. I don't drink that much, honestly.
Hey, Russell.
Yes.
I got a phone call, so I'll jump back on later.
Right on.
All right.
Later. Yeah, Rick. Calling me out. Yeah. No, I still drink a little bit. My wife bought me some Crown for my birthday. And to tell you how much I drink, a fifth of Crown in my household with two people drinking it would last a month. So I considered the draft as a special occasion that I wanted to spend some time with you guys. So I hope that doesn't make you think any less of me. This guy don't drink and he don't smoke. He must be doing drugs through the injection, because if you think the Lions are going to go 8-9, I'll drop 100 right now on that. They don't go 8-9. That's ridiculous. But, you know, we don't expect anything less out of Packer fans. It is what it is. Rick C. Love you, brother. Thank you for being there for me in the middle of all of this. But we have the here comes the edge run. Pick 45. JT Tuilamalu from Ohio State goes to the Indianapolis Colts. And we got number 48, the LA Rams are on the clock. The Rams are on the clock. Right now you are watching, if you're jumping on right here, you're watching day 2 of the draft, the Lion Villain Report right here. It's the special. I always like to do this. It's long style. It's always long style. I love doing the marathon of the draft. Who are the Lions going to take? Pick 60. Seems like we're getting a run on edges right now. So what do? The Lions going to trade up here soon? Because it seems like that they're running an edge. There's an edge run going on right now. 2 edges selected back to back. What do? We got Mike Green still on the board. Will Johnson still on the board. Trey Amos, cornerback, still on the board. Nick Scorton, Texas A&M, still on the board. Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame, still on the board. Kevin Winston Jr., safety, Penn State, still on the board. Xavier Watts, safety, still on the board. Landon Jackson, edge. Braden Swinson, edge. Princely Umanamilian, still on the board. So there's a lot of good players still on the board. Rams on the clock. Doing it. Paul Jones says, our draft pick drove Russ to drinking, LOL. Oh my gosh. I do like a Crown every once in a while. I do enjoy smoking more than I like drinking. But if I am going to drink, I enjoy Crown Royal. If I'm going to do that. But I love our draft pick, Paul Jones. Paul Jones, why don't you use the link? You want to come in and have a chat? Throw it in there for you. If you guys want to come in and talk some football, you can use that link and you can jump right on the show. Hopefully you have your camera on. Steve always turns his camera off. Los Angeles Rams have taken Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon. And you know what that isn't?
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
It's not an edge player. That's another victory. It's another victory for the Lions. The edge players. Every time they don't select an edge, Paul Jones says, I got some Maui Wowie. There you go. Is that Maui Wowie the drink or Maui Wowie the smoke? Ooh. I like it. You know what? God bless you guys. All 6 of you. I enjoy the draft. This is one of my favorite events of the whole year. And I usually have a couple thousand people come in and out of this show. I know that there's a lot of really, really good shows out there with Crunch Time and Woodward Sports and all the other guys with the popular guys. But, you know, the villain likes to do his own thing. And I appreciate you guys jumping on here, spending some time with me. Does Las Vegas take Shedeur Sanders? That's a good question. What about the Arizona Cardinals? I mean, how sold are you on their mini quarterback, their tiny guy? Are you sold on tiny guy? Oh, this is the Lion Villain Report. I am your host, Russell Wayne. We're broadcasting live right now into our Facebook page, which is the Lion Villain Squad on both of them, Facebook and YouTube. And the Facebook is right here. And you can use that link. And we love the follows. Please like, subscribe. Help us get out there. We ain't that bad. And then here's our YouTube page. And the YouTube page, we're putting content out on the daily. Terrence Ferguson, a bunch of tight ends. A lot of tight ends drafted in the first 2 rounds.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
You know why Lion fan loves all of those tight ends getting picked? Because we have Brock Wright and Sam Laporta. We don't need a tight end. And every tight end selected before the 60th pick, you know what it isn't? It isn't an edge player. And the edge players are going to continue to fall. Come on, Brad Holmes, make me feel good. Make me feel good know that you're going to select the best edge player at pick 60. Especially if you're going to wait all the way till the end. I'm thinking that we're going to get Johnny Gaz on here pretty soon. Probably right around pick 50. But I'd love to see you guys on there. The smoke. Paul Jones has got the smoke. I love it. I love it. Paul Jones says it's the best group on the interwebs, too. You know, we try to keep it clean, and Paul Jones does help us, especially on the supervillain group. We keep it clean, man. Like, I don't know what you think about me or whatever my bullshit opinions are, but I know that I run a clean group. I know that we don't let the spam get in there. Now, I do try to sell you Fanatic stuff right there. We're brought to you by Fanatics.com, but we don't let any people come in and try to spam all of our groups and our pages with a bunch of BS. I'm up forward in front. Every time I sell a jersey on there, Fanatic sends me like $10. So I'm not getting rich off of any of this stuff, but I want it to be available. They allow me to throw up the 25% off coupon, and if you use the code, you can save some money. Let's hope that they did that. Oh, there you go. The Michigan fan. I know that you guys are all hurt right now, but Will Johnson is now an Arizona Cardinal. Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan, going to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm sorry, Will. I'm sorry that you have to go there to the dumpster fire Arizona Cardinal team. They don't have any fans out there anymore. Nobody cares. The Lions went out there and they had so many Lion fans they had more Lion fan tickets sold at the game that we went to last year than Arizona Cardinal fans. That's pathetic. So sorry, Will, that you have to go to the Arizona Cardinals. Most of the people in Arizona probably didn't realize that there was still a football team there. And, you know, they probably just looked right over 5'3" Kyler Murray. They didn't even notice that they had a quarterback. But the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
Stop playing with us.
And hopefully they pick fast. Come on. We want to get to the Lions pick. Maybe the Lions will trade up right here to pick 48 and select the favorite pass rusher. Who's going to be the pick? Paul Jones just said that it's going to be Isaiah Stewart. Now, wouldn't that be interesting? An Ohio State defensive tackle and a Michigan edge rusher. 2 Michigan edge rushers. Go figure. Well, look at that. Lots of trading going on right here. The Raiders have traded the 48th pick to the Houston Texans. Now, the Houston Texans have been busy grabbing wide receivers. I believe that they were the one that selected a wide receiver, right? Yep, Jaden Higgins. And then in the first round, where you at, Houston? Where did they go? What did Houston do in the first round? Did they even have a first round pick? Maybe they didn't have a first round pick. They had to have. What did Houston do in the first round? Let's see. Houston. No, they did not have a first round pick. So Jaden Higgins, and now they're on the clock with their second pick. So they picked twice here in the second round. So they must have traded out of the first round. The unexciting first day for the Houston Texans. But now here they are on the clock. And they have a lot of picks here early, and then they don't have a lot of them at the end. You know, they only have a second and a third round pick, or maybe 2 third rounders. And they have selected the tackle from Minnesota, Ursley. Ursley, the tackle. Let's see what he is. The tackle out of Minnesota, 6'6", 330 pounds. Brings the alluring size and length to the tackle position for the NFL. He has good hands and explosive first step forward, quick footwork to be impactful zone run blocker. That's a big boy out of Minnesota right there. But you know what it isn't?
You like that? You like that? You like that?
It's not an edge rusher. Another victory for the Lions. There they go. So that puts pick 49. The Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock. Who do we got in here? Dwayne, Rams pick 46, tight end. They used to say the same about our Lions. Yeah, it's definitely a different thing. One thing I love about our troll fans now is 2 short years ago, I was doing these podcasts, and they were all telling us how much they were rooting for us. And yeah, you guys deserve it. You guys have been through so much. We love you guys. We hope that you guys get one. And how that has changed. And I knew it. I knew to become the villain that you had to become the villain. You had to become the villain in order to take that next step. I don't give a shit if you like my team or if you're rooting for me. Packer fan. Viking fan. I want you to hate me. I want you to be sick of me. I want you to put out little posts that say that you're a little bitch. Like, you guys haven't won anything in so long. How's it feel to be as franchise has been bad for so long? You still didn't do it. And it's like, we swept you. It's like, that's only hurt. Anytime that a Packer fan, a Bear fan, or a Viking fan has the Lions name come out of their mouth, claiming like rent free, we ain't thinking about you. We don't care. You got to catch us. You got to catch us. Our team's better than yours. We swept the division. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. We fell short. We choked. We choked against a good team. You guys ain't good. We're not worried about you. Minnesota paid $20 million a year to a guy that, I mean, I don't know. Minnesota got some high-priced free agents. Took some chances on some older guys. And we'll see. Broski's still a good troll. There's some good trolls that are out there. But trolls do troll stuff. Like, to me, if you have to come in and belittle my team to make yourself feel better, then you're just a troll. I'm not gonna entertain stuff from Bear fans. They had a good draft. I'll give them their kudos. They had a good draft last year. I don't know if I like the draft pick from this year. I mean, if you're a Bear fan, do you like a pick of a tight end when you have Cole Kmet already and other needs? Did you like that?
You like that?
Are you happy with that pick? You know, Lion fans that are mad that we didn't draft an edge, I feel you. But, I mean, I'm asking you to think a little layer deeper. You don't think Talik Williams, Talik the Freak, you don't think that he's going to help Aiden Hutchinson get sacks? Talik Williams knows how to make people give double teams to him. That's a technique. I want to take on a double team. I want to take 2 people on. I'm going to blow up your run play. I mean, how is that not good? Come on, Cincinnati. I was just trying to help them along right there. Oops. But yeah, I like Broski. I still feel bad. I tried to send him a message through YouTube threw a comment, gave him the link for tonight. Hopefully he'll be on here. I got the link out there. If anybody wants to talk, Paul, you want to jump on? Use the link. Bears need an offensive lineman and pick the tight end. Bears still doing bear things. That's what they do. There we go. The Cincinnati Bengals have selected Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker out of South Carolina. And you know what that's not? That's not an edge rusher.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
They keep on taking not edge rushers. What the F is going on? Like, all of us keyboard warriors and tough guys that thought that we knew everything about these edge players, we didn't know much, did we? These guys are falling. Nick Scorton, still available. Mike Green, still available. Landon Jackson, still available. Shedeur Sanders, still available. Cornerbacks are dropping. For some reason, the cornerbacks are, Omar Norman Lott. He was a higher rated player than Talik the Freak. For some reason, he's dropping. They've had a couple defensive tackles taken since him. Jared Ivey. Tate Ratledge, guard, out of Georgia. We're getting close here. It's pick 50. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock right now. Seattle's made a couple picks so far. Gray Zabel. Nick Emanwari, safety, South Carolina. And now they're on the clock with their third pick, their second round pick. So what do you think of the draft so far? I'm sorry, I'm kind of eating at the same time. I got home from the gym. My wife cooked me a great meal and is like sitting here half cold with half of it. I've been trying not to be silent. But Seattle Seahawks are on the clock right now. Taking their sweet ass time. I'm getting antsy. I mean, I give Brad Holmes all the credit in the world. I mean, how do you do that? How do you stay so patient and not go up and, try to take the guys that you want? I mean, how would you have known? So many good edge players that they're all just falling and they're taking these other positions. Plethora of edge players. And they told us that. I mean, we've been talking about that like all day, haven't we? Like all off season long, they've been talking about how deep this edge rusher class is. And you're just seeing all of this value drop. And that's one of the things I was talking about the other day. It's like when your edge players, when they're ranked that close, because there's so many positions. There's so many different positions. It's nice to have all these guys ranked in that spot, but there's other positions that teams need. So when you got Mike Green, Scorton, Jackson, Swinson, Ivy, Adebo, Stewart. All these guys are top 100 players. Kenyard, Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer, Gillette, Jordan Birch, Savion Jones. All these guys, you're not going to pick 15 edges in a row. So this value is dropping. They may be able to get 2 of these guys if they keep on dropping like this. You know, especially some of these teams that have already selected an edge. You know, Seattle might take one of the edges here, but they didn't. Again, Seattle selects tight end Elijah Arowo. That's crazy. You know what that isn't?
You like that? You like that?
You know what that isn't?
You like
Do
that?
you know what that isn't? That's not an edge rusher. Edge rusher falling talent. Edge rusher talent falling to the Lions right now. We are guaranteed to have edge rusher talent at pick 60. Not even having to trade up. They're licking their chops in the back room right now. Carolina Panthers are on the board. Carolina Panthers, what have you guys done so far? Mr. Carolina Panthers. Carolina Panthers have taken wide receiver, best wide receiver on the board. And here they are in the second round right there. The edge is one of their, and they did. They took, the Carolina Panthers has selected Nick Scorton, edge, out of Texas A&M. Now that hurts.
You've had enough of that shit.
We don't want to see that. That was actually somebody that the Lions could have taken. I don't like that. That hurts my feelings. Don't take those big guys, those 284 guys. Damn you. Damn you. So that means we're coming back to reality here with the edge. Mike Green is the only first-round talent edge that is left on the board. Landon Jackson, Jared Ivey. There are still some really, really good edge players. How would you feel if the Lions double dipped on Ohio State talent and went Jack Sawyer in the second round? Jared Ivey in the second round. Hosea Stewart in the second round. It's crazy. It's crazy to think. I'd be happy with any of those guys. Tight ends, wide receivers, keep selecting them, guys. That's what we want to see. We want to see the Tennessee Titan. Tennessee Titans take Cam Ward with their first pick. And they're about to make their second pick. They need a wide receiver. And there may be some wide receivers available. There are. There are some good wide receivers available. That's what I would say the pick is right here, just because I don't want them to take an edge player. Oh, man, watch them not pick an edge. With all the stuff going on, they just keep letting edge fall. That would be the touche thing. What are you going to do about it? So now the edge Tennessee takes edge. Olufemi Ejadebo from UCLA. Greg Grace probably knows all about that guy. So edges are starting. That's 2 edges right in a row. Are we going to get an edge run right here? We're going to get an edge run because we're going to have our whole division. Green Bay and Chicago are picking before us. And here we go, man. We're setting up a pick 60. Coming to the end of the second round here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. They also need an edge. That's their number 1 need. What did Tampa Bay do in the first round? What did they do? They took a wide receiver in the first round. I think this is going to be an edge as well, if I had to guess. If I have to make the guess, I think this is going to be an edge player for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jeff says I'd be happy with Hosea Anthony Belton today. I mean, at this point, you're just hoping that they find the edge that they like. You're just hoping that Brad Holmes runs into the best player available, and it just so happens to be an edge player. So I don't have to make excuses of why they didn't select a freaking edge player. And I'm not going to make excuses. If they don't draft an edge player, then I'm assuming that they're just going to go out and go grab Za'Darius Smith because he's still available. And I really thought that the draft was what they were waiting for anyway, right? So I really do believe that this team does do best player available. And I just hope that it's edge or they trade up and get an edge. So Tampa Bay, the pick is in. Tampa Bay has selected Benjamin Morrison, cornerback out of Notre Dame. You know what that isn't?
You like that? You like that?
That's not an edge player. That's not an edge player. The value of edge player is dropping in this draft. There are 5 more picks until the Lions are on the clock. And there is way more than 5 good edge players that are left. So, jumping for joy. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Green Bay Packers, they need an edge too. They already drafted a wide receiver. They need cornerback. There is a plethora of both available. I'm looking at the Bears. I think the Bears might go running back.
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
Stop playing with us.
Green Bay's always got to take so frickin' long. None of us care. We don't care. We don't care what Green Bay wants or needs. Green Bay's going to select a long snapper. Oh, I'm getting so excited and antsy. I love the draft. I absolutely love the draft. I get so antsy getting close to my pick. I can't help but make fun of the tight ends. Yeah, I don't know. Lots of tight ends in this draft. But every time I see one, I just think, gosh, thank God that's not. We don't need a tight end. We're not going to draft a tight end. They're taking a whole bunch of tight ends. And I like that. I like that they draft some tight ends. They can draft all of them that they want. Because we want a pass rusher. We want that guy. We want that pass rusher. Green Bay is still on the clock, taking their sweet ass time. That figures.
You've had enough of that shit.
There's still some good safeties on the board, too. I'm curious if the Lions would throw another curveball to everybody and go with a safety. Because we definitely need some depth in that spot. There's a couple nice interior offensive linemen that are also available at this point. But all of this, cornerback and edge, the value seems to be dropping a little bit. And then it's kind of like everything else when I'm looking at all of these. What do you think of this draft so far? I mean, I know it's kind of boring for Lion fan. Who's crushing it? The Green Bay Packers selected a very, very nice wide receiver in the first round.
You've had enough of that shit.
I mean, they must be jumping for joy in Green Bay because Steve said they hadn't selected a wide receiver in the first round since 2003. That's crazy talk. Got to get Jordan Love some weapons, right? But I honestly think right here they go edge. Edge or cornerback. And both of them are plethora deep. I don't know if that was the right word. There's a plethora of them. And the draft is deep in both secondary, and edge. So the Green Bay Packers get to, have their pick of the litter right here. I wonder what they do. But they go offensive line. Green Bay Packers go with Anthony Belton, tackle out of North Carolina State. PFF would have called that about a round and a half reach. At pick 98, he's a borderline 4th round pick according to PFF. So, but you know what that is not? That is not an edge player.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
Another victory for the Lions. Don't take those edges. Let them fall. We'll take them. The Chargers are on the clock. The Chargers so far where are you at, Chargers? LA Chargers, right there. They selected Omarion Hampton, running back, in the 1st round. And they need a wide receiver, defensive line. Halfback wasn't even on their list of stuff, and they took it. So, chances are they may go offense here. Again. So let's take a look and see what we can find for them. They got some good wide receivers. Elick Ayumanor from Stanford. 6'2" wide receiver. Prototypical X. Right there, that might be the pick. They definitely need a wide receiver. The Chargers do. Just as long as they ain't an edge. Los Angeles, like I said, Los Angeles takes Trey Harris, wide receiver, out of Mississippi. I like it. You know what that's not? That's not an edge.
You like that?
It's not an edge. Another pick goes by, and it's not an edge. We got 4 more picks. Chicago's on the clock. They might take an edge. They've been going crazy. They got 2nd and 3rd round picks for days. Going to take care of some stuff here. They took a wide receiver. They took a tight end. They're filling up Ben Johnson's his little cupboard. I think they go running back right here. I have a feeling they're going to pick Scadaboo. I think they're going to go Scadaboo, halfback out of Arizona State. That's what I think that they're going to go with. Let's see what the Bears do. The Bears. Of course they're going to take all freaking night. Gonna make me wait. Gonna make me wait. Da Bears. 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 So the Bears have selected tackle Ozzy Trapillo. And Rick C says that Lions just traded up. I don't have that on my feed yet. Are you telling me, Rick C? Are you telling me you're getting the information faster than I am? That's crazy talk. Could be right. Are the Lions on the clock? Yes. Detroit is now on the clock. Yes, that just happened. Here we go. It's reaction time. What's it going to be? We traded up. That means that we wanted this player. That means that the Lions wanted this player. They traded up 3 spots. And I don't know what they did. Right now, it's showing that the Lions still have pick 60. And it still shows that they have 102. I don't know what they just did, but it looks like they're picking here at 57, and I don't see the 60. Okay, the 60 is now gone. Okay. So 60 is now gone. So they've traded 60. And they are on the clock at 57. I'm curious to know what they traded. But the Lions are on the clock. Who's excited out there? Come on. Let me know that you're alive. Type something into the comments right now if you're feeling me right now. I am so excited to get this pick. And I want to know who the Lions would trade up for. Who are we going to trade up for? The Lions have traded up for Tate Ratledge, guard out of Georgia. Right there. Beefing up the interior of the offensive line. Taking it even further. Tate Ratledge, this is a guy that has been mocked quite regularly in the second round to the Lions right here. This guy is going to compete for the starting job for the Lions. They might have just found their starting guard in the second round. Tate Ratledge, 6'6", 320 pounds. Been a 3-year starter at Georgia, allowing just 7 pressures and 1 sack across 300 opportunities. He's been consistently one of the best interior pass protectors in the nation throughout his career, steadily improving in the run game. Says he's not the fleetest of foot. Solid technique. He's got the technique. He may vie and be the starter. May have just found the starting guard right there. Look out, Graham Glasgow. Graham Glasgow. Oh, by the way, the Raiders selected a wide receiver, Jack Beck, out of TCU. But anyway, Tate Ratledge is now a Detroit Lion. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team, Tate Ratledge. I love it. What do you think of the pick? Let me know in the comments. I want to know. Are you kidding me? Just in time. Get in here, Johnny. Welcome to the program, Johnny. Just in time. Just in time. The Lions trade up 3 spots, and they get their starting guard. I love it. Yeah, I mean, what did we say in this offseason, Johnny? That a lot of people were talking about, we want guys that are going to play. We want guys that are going to impact the team. So here's 2 players in Talik Williams. Talik the Freak, by the way. You got the big men. And now you bring in Ratledge out of. I mean, this has been probably 100 and every mock draft I see, it almost seems like he's in the second round. So this isn't even really a big surprise to me. What do you think?
Well, I think that there's a guy that they pinpointed, and I like that the idea here is just to hit the trenches as hard as possible, you know. And the more I sat and I thought about, I slept on the pick from yesterday. I felt a lot better this morning than I did last night. I think looking at what the Lions really needed, especially with Aleem McNeil's absence, they had to find someone to fill that gap. And as much as it wasn't the flashy edge that everybody might have wanted, it's the right pick. And it's what Brad Holmes does. I mean, they are going to take their guys and the people they want and they feel fit their puzzle. And I think they did that. Now with Tate Ratledge, 6'7", 308 monster at guard. Okay, so you called it. This guy can come in and challenge for a starting spot day one. So I like it. I think the Lions clearly had a plan. They're solidifying both offensive and defensive lines for the future and the short term. So I like it. I like it both.
Yeah, I think what's happening right now is something I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's the value of the edge rusher is falling, but it's not because the players are bad. It's because there's all of these other positions that need to be filled in there. And it's something that I talked about the other day. It was just kind of like, there's so many of them that are like, you're talking about top 100 picks, right? So many of those, like in these middle rounds, are edge players. It's kind of like, unless there's just like a straight run of 15 edge players going on right now, then the value is going to continue to fall in the third round too. So I'm not like, the edge continues to fall. You know, we're still playing this game because we're going to go into the third round, and I'm not overly surprised about them picking up this guard right here. This is something they need for the future. Graham Glasgow is not exactly young, even if he does have a better year. He's going to have to look. He better watch his ass. He better watch his ass right here. It might be Mahogany and Ratledge day one, with Glasgow being the first line of defense if one of them goes down on, you know, any 3 of the interior spots.
He's imposing, man. They're playing highlights of him right now, and I watched a decent amount of Georgia football, but obviously it was never to focus on the right guard. So I'm not sitting here saying I was watching him the whole time, but you look at him play, and he's athletic for his size. He's imposing, man. He's going to look the part, and man, Penei Sewell, Frank Ragnow, this guy. I mean, you're lining them up, knocking them down. I mean, these are big boys you're bringing in.
I love it. I'm trying to get a post out here too. Boom. So I apologize if I throw stuff out like, you know, that we drafted. I borrowed something from the Detroit Lions family right here. It says who we drafted. Oh, it doesn't even say his name on there. I'm going to have to type that in there. But no, the Lions get their guard of the future. And Ratledge. And now, as this value continues to drop here, oh, Mike Green comes off the board at pick 59, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Go figure.
Yeah, that makes sense there.
Yeah, and yeah, since he's going to the Baltimore Ravens, God, they got Starks, they got Malachi Starks and Mike Green. The Ravens, dude. The Ravens. These guys. Now they have a culture that could definitely bring on a dude like Mike Green.
Yeah.
Like, I think that we have it in Detroit now, but it's like, why test it right now? Like right off the bat. I think we have a strong enough culture to withstand I think we could take a guy on that has a little bit of an attitude problem or had some problems. I think that he had like a court case or whatever, questionable past, character stuff.
I think that's why people like the James Pierce idea so much in the first round, you know, because you could handle a character guy like that. But hey, it didn't work out, and ultimately it sounds like the Lions got the guy that they wanted. And I saw you post what Buffalo had come out with, that they were looking into Tyreek right after them. So it sounds like the Lions did get a little bit of a steal there. So we're good with that.
I think that people look at, you know, the McShay or whatever, the mock drafts that are out there, and they just look at the stuff like gospel. And what you really saw, I mean, even with a lot of the players that are coming out now, we're at what, pick 60? So right now, best available players just ranked by PFF right here. You know, you got cornerback Trey Amos as the 28th overall prospect still available. You got Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State, is the 33rd overall prospect still available. Omar Norman Lott, defensive interior, 34th overall prospect still available. So, there's still a lot of good players. Landon Jackson, even if I just itemize it by edge players, it's like there's still Landon Jackson, Brady Swinson, Princely, Jared Ivey, Isaiah Stewart, Kenyard from South Carolina, Elijah Roberts still available, Jack Sawyer still available, Ashton Gillette from Louisville still available, Jordan Birch out of Oregon still available, Savion Jones out of LSU still available, Baron Sorrell out of Texas, that awesome Texas defense, still available. So, I mean, it's like, I know that the Lions need an edge rusher, right? But it's just like Brad Holmes is like, I just picture like Denzel Washington, bro. Like, where he's just so cool.
I like that.
He's just so cool. And he's sitting in there, and we're all like, get an edge, get an edge, get an edge. And he's like, nah, hold on a minute. Just chill. Hold, like the Braveheart. They're holding up the spears. Hold. And it's like, that's scary. It's scary, but when you look at it, the best available ones, I'm going by edge. You know, we have, what, 35 picks? I mean, what are the chances that out of the next 35 picks, that 15 of them are going to be edge players? You know, that no one's going to select a tight end, quarterback, a halfback, offensive lineman, defensive lineman. No one's going to select any other positions other than, like, one of these guys is going to fall.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you think? even all the way down to pick 102.
I do. I think, Josiah Stewart, Landon Jackson. I mean, you could see that there. It'd be nice if that could hold true. I'm really surprised about this Tate Ratledge thing. How does he make it even to the Lions in the second round? First team All-American in the SEC? That's wild. How does he even last that long?
It's kind of crazy when you look at who's been, lots of wide receivers, an unbelievable amount. All of the top tight ends got taken.
Yeah.
Usually when you have tight ends that are rated really high, they always fall. You could always get value. You can get some, second round rated tight end in the 5th round. But this year they drafted them all right up. I mean, let me see what we got. Best available tight ends still.
Veer run a tight end. It's a weird. Is the landscape of football changing now, where the tight end has it now been, and will it be the safety net position for an offense? Is that why this is happening?
No, I just think that this is a really good tight end class, and they just took them all. The next one is rated 102 as an overall prospect, but there seems to be a lot of good. I mean, even in the middle rounds, right there, 102, 115. I might as well bring this up for you guys too. Hold on a second. Boom, so you can see it. So the pick is in. Denver takes RJ Harvey, halfback out of UCF. And what is that not?
That's not an edge.
You like that?
That is not an edge. That is a beautiful thing. We're playing this game all night long. But, looking at these tight ends right here, that's, 1, 2, 3. So I'd say there's 3 more, of the higher end guys that are left. And look at these guys that are left here. Omar Norman Lott, Xavier Watts. Man, everyone's going to get pissed off. They go into the 3rd round. They don't even take one. They take like Xavier Watt. Could you imagine if he falls that far?
Wow.
Xavier Watts to the 3rd round. Because we're about ready to go to the 3rd round here. Because we had to have had one of the last picks.
Yeah, we're closing in. It's pretty wild. There's good talent. There's good talent left on this board.
So right now we have the Washington Commanders. They are on the clock. And man, we appreciate you guys coming on here for the marathon. We do the marathon. Like, I know that there's some better stuff that's out there, but we don't care. We're still out here to have some fun and call this draft. I've been doing this. I've been doing this for 4 years now. 4 years running, where I'm live on every single moment of the draft, just because I have this dream, Johnny, someday that there'll be 500 people that are all just hanging out with us,
One day.
calling the draft, talking some football. I had Steve on. I threw the link out. It's just an open thing for anybody. Finding some brave people who could use that link and come on here and have a live conversation with the villain and Johnny Gaz.
So it's having fun. We're laid back. We're talking Lions. We're relaxing on a Friday. This is good. I'm glad you're doing this, dude. It's a lot of hard work and dedication, though, to sit here through the whole draft and go through this. Believe me, I know that's not easy.
The funny thing is I never thought that this could be a career, right? I never thought of it like that. It was just something to take up the time. I liked recording some podcasts and putting my opinion and stuff out there. And I definitely liked being live during the whole draft thing. But then the page took off and it just kind of turned into something.
Yep.
And I have a 6-year-old autistic son, and I used to tour all the time with my music, and that's just not possible anymore. But this gives me a chance to entertain in a different way, but yet be able to earn for my family, support my family through liking the Detroit Lions.
You like that?
We do. We love our Detroit Lions.
You like that?
I like that, man. We do. We like that. That's why we do what we do, because of the people around us, and because we love family, we love faith, we love football, right?
That's right. Faith, family, and then football. Got a good workout in today. I'm glad did my workouts all the way up until the rest day.
Nice.
I got a rest day tomorrow that I earned because I'm doing a brutal workout, V-shred style.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to get ripped in 90 days. That's what they say.
I like it. That's wrong with
But
that.
I'm willing to do the work, and they're challenging exercises, and I'm fat, old, so all that. It's challenging, but the thing is like every time I go through a workout and then it hurts, and then I have to go back to the workout the second time, then it was a little bit easier the second time. My body was a little more used to it. And now we're in the third time that we've done these exercises, and I like it. I'm 50 years old, and
Are they home workouts? You doing them at home?
No, we have membership over at the Ascension.
Okay.
Over next to the hospital, and they got the pool and the whole nine there. My son loves it. It's like a 3-foot pool that he can jump in. He's autistic, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just different. It's a different way of parenting, to put it that way. But it's a cool place. I don't know. They got the weights. They got the whole thing. They have an indoor track, tennis courts.
For me, it's all about the variety. I know we've tried so many different things, and my wife is really into health and wellness and mental health. Shout out Sandy Gaz Wellness. But no, she got me in a program called Beachbody. I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything right here. This is not a sales play. But my point is, like, it brings a variety of different ways to work out. It's all home-based stuff. Part of it is this bike back here, which you can't really, but it's back there.
Healy.
It's a good deal, man. So I can hit weights, free weights, body weight, and then we'll hit the bike for a little bit. So it's just, on top of that, I coach Little League baseball nonstop. So that's my workout in itself.
Right on.
Yeah.
I like that. We actually use some of the Beachbody supplements. The post workout, I've been doing a little chocolate shake afterwards. It's supposed to help repair your muscles.
Yeah.
So I'm not hurting as much in the next day. So I know that works out. But it's something I'm telling my wife, and something that we exercise. Like all the supplement stuff, you can buy it all day long, but if you don't put the workout in, it's not going to work.
Yep.
Like really, all of those programs will work. I have no doubt in my mind that if we follow through with these programs, do the exercises, do the timing, take the rest when they tell us to, use the recipes that they want to. Like I ate a great meal tonight that my wife cooked. That was a recipe.
Nice.
That came from the Beachbody. She's got a Beachbody girl.
All right, cool.
That has got the workouts and stuff. But I don't know how well she knows her. I like you better. I might tell them to switch over to your girl.
We'll have to have them connect. Like I said, I'm not trying to, each their own. Everybody's got their own path, and there's many ways to do it. You said it. It's like sticking to a plan, staying mentally in the game. Those are the biggest things, right? I mean, you can overcome a lot of things.
Yeah, don't buy the supplements unless you're going to put the workout in. It's a waste of money unless you're going to go in there. And it's hard. I didn't want to do it today, dude. My neck was hurting so bad. Mm-hmm. And Washington takes cornerback Trey Amos out of Mississippi. I'm sorry. I just like having a good conversation in here. I mean, I don't know how much you really care. RJ Harvey, halfback, goes to the Denver Broncos. So we missed a couple of them, but yeah, I like hearing your story.
I lived in Michigan for the first 22 years of my life, and then we moved out to New York. So it's just like, but all my family, all my ties are still back there. And my brothers, their kids, they're all still back in Michigan. So we fly back all the time. So as much as I am an official New Yorker now, my heart is always in Detroit and Michigan, 100%.
Yeah, I grew up in Ohio.
Ohio. All right.
Ohio, yeah, that's why I'm a Buckeye fan.
Ah,
And but I've spent half of my life in Michigan. So I moved to Michigan in 1996. And like up until in 1995, I wouldn't have been able to identify what a hockey puck was. I didn't know what hockey was, didn't really get into it. But when I moved to Michigan, 96 and 97, you know, that was crazy. All of a sudden, I'm a hockey fan, like out of freaking nowhere. I became a like diehard overnight, you know.
Russian 5, Octopus.
Oh, it was
hey, hockey
crazy
down.
awesome. And then when I started with my band, when we were doing really, really well, we were, you know, touring and we were national. I got to play with Darren McCarty's band, Grinder.
Ooh, yeah, Grinder.
And do a couple of shows. Yeah, it was cool.
What's the name of your band? What was the name of your band?
We were called Crop Circle.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, and yeah, we were good regionally, and it was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun. I wouldn't trade that for any time in my life. I mean, we were doing 5 days a week, 250 to 300 shows a year.
Wow. Yeah, it's a lot of playing.
And it's a lot of partying, you know. Honestly, it becomes like this, you know, where we have these shows that we're doing right here. Eventually, people just want to come and party. They want to hang out. They want to be around the stuff that you're doing. If you're doing it right, if you're being honest.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears.
We're real people, you know.
Sorry to interrupt right there. 62, pick 62. The Chicago Bears take Shamar Turner, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's a nice pick for Chicago's getting some nice players here. When you look at what Chicago has done so far, I mean, I've been kind of a fan of what Ryan Poles has been doing for a while here. I'm not a big fan of the tight end pick in the first round, but you know, they had some second round picks here that I like. I like Luther Burden. They got great value on that pick at pick 38. And then they take more protection for Caleb Williams right there, another tackle to throw into the mix. And now you're going to beef up the defensive line even more. Well played. Well played by Chicago. It's kind of like, I respect you, my enemy. That's nice. That's nice stuff.
All of those picks too in the second round, they moved to get. You know, none of those were in their natural selection. So it's interesting. They're using the strategy of you know who, I think, a little bit.
Moving around a little bit. Get who you want. That's the thing that I like about the trade up. And like, I don't know, could you find some info on that? And see if you could find what we gave up for that.
100%, I got you. Yeah.
But trading up 3 spots, the thing I like about that is when you trade up, you're getting the player that you want. You're getting the player that you want. And so what did that cost us to get the player that we wanted?
Lions traded up 3 spots with Denver, go from 60 to 57. Broncos trade that pick in exchange. Lions. Wait, no, I know.
Got something stuck in my teeth.
Detroit sent the 60 and 130th picks to Denver in exchange for 57th and the 230th pick. And then
so we ended up getting something later. So we got the Kansas City Chiefs selecting defensive tackle Omar Norman Lott. So it's the Kansas City Chiefs that get the PFF Value Award right there. Selecting Omar Norman Lott, who was rated as the 31st best player that was available. And now that new man, the new value player, becomes safety Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State as a 33rd overall ranked player. So who's going to get the value award? Hey, I like good value pick. That's always good topics, right? Look at the value we got on that. Like, I mean, I'm definitely not gonna like the value of even Talik Williams. I mean, he was rated as the 42nd overall player.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that. Like, even if you wanted to call it a reach, it wasn't a reach by that much. Couple spots. If you wanted to be technical about it, if you give PFF that much credit, I think it's a good guide. And I definitely like being able to share these screens with everybody.
Plus, taking them in the first round, right? You get the extra fifth-year option.
Awesome.
So that's huge. I mean, it allows you more flexibility with your cap in the fourth and fifth year.
All right. So the bad guys in the chat. Where'd we get the bad guy? Detroit said online complete drafted Tate. What? O-line is complete drafted Tate a bunch of mocks at 60. I don't know if we needed to trade up, but okay. Grinders nice. My church softball team was sponsored. Got jerseys. Yeah. They always raise a lot of money for charity. And Darren McCarty's always been good like that. And Darren McCarty was about the coolest dude to hang out with. And I'm telling you, this is in his high life. This isn't Darren McCarty on Woodward Sports. This was Darren McCarty that just won the Stanley Cup. And he was so down to earth, and he treated us with such kindness and respect on the shows. I was very impressed. Actually, I got to do some stuff with, I don't know if I'm even allowed to admit, online, but he had a nice bag of stuff, and we went out into the bus, and I got to smoke one with Darren during the off season.
That's cool. And that was while you're still playing. Wow.
Yeah.
Good for him.
And you know what started the conversation with him? I was upset because our show was on a Thursday and I wanted to watch SmackDown. And I didn't have a way to watch. I just wanted, because we were just sitting there setting up, and it's just a matter of waiting. There was no TV in there or anything like that. And I was like, I wanted to watch SmackDown. He's like, hey, you want to watch SmackDown? We got a TV on the bus.
He let you
go out to the bus. And, Stone Cold Steve Austin, I mean, he was on the top of the world. It was huge. That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. I mean,
speaking of that, you got to look up, because you were live, so I don't think you saw it, but Seth Rollins cut a pretty sweet promo as he made the Chicago pick here in the second round, and he let Green Bay have it. Yeah.
Got the Eagles on the clock right now. Yeah, I would love to have that. Am I allowed to? If you can find that, if you can share that,
I'll find it. I don't know. You might get flagged for something like that, but
yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. It's all live. I'm here to serve the people.
That's right.
But I love the O-line pick. I mean, I think that fan thinks that things are bigger need. Like, even myself, I fell into the, Myles Garrett trap. But then it's like, we do need an edge player. As the Philadelphia Eagles select safety Andrew Mukaba. There you go. Out of Texas. So that puts the G-Men on the clock. Pick 65. We are officially into the third round. We are in round 3 right now at the beginning.
You ready for this promo? I got it if you want it.
Let me shut the music down here.
All right.
Give me a second. All right.
Highly entertaining stuff.
Come on, you can be louder than that. I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field.
Let me know if you want me to cut it.
And I love
Go ahead and cut it.
Lambeau Field.
I just don't want to get. I don't want to get dinged. That just seems like something that's going to get me.
Yeah, I would 100%. I wouldn't roll it any longer than that. I'm with you.
Yeah. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. I wish I could like watch it and not put it out, because I've tried to stream games before just to like comment on them, and they're so.
Oh yeah, that's
I get it though. I get it.
What's
So
crazy
that
on
they don't-
YouTube, you can't even the NFL has like they know so deeply, like if you even try to live stream it, it's a black screen. Like you can't do it. So it's very they're very strict. But yeah, I think the key to those kind of things, man, is you have to edit it into your own content so you can then claim it as free use. But that's a whole different discussion.
Right. Well, maybe I'll just delete this video when it's all said and done. Darius Alexander.
You didn't play enough of it. I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
From Toledo. The defensive tackle, the G-men continue to stack up talent on the defensive line. I mean, Abdul Carter and now Darius Alexander. Look at these guys. What are they doing over there? They're building a monster, a typical New York Giants type of team where they got no offense, but the defense is going to be a championship defense.
They are stacking players on defense. That's right. Man, that's a good pick though. I mean, it's
an awesome pick.
Yeah, their defense.
So they got Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter, and Darius Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a franchise-altering draft for the G-men. I mean, if you're into that Jackson Dart type of thing. And Shedeur Sanders is now in the 3rd round. Could he? That'd be hilarious if he slips to the 4th round.
It's embarrassing for him. It really is. He really sold himself like this legendary character and just is not playing out in his favor right now.
I don't know. It sucks. It's like interviews are everything. He may be the most dynamic player, but I heard that he interviewed like shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some entitlement there, it sounds like, and some of it probably not his fault. I mean, you grow up in a successful family, and your dad is who he is. It's hard not to try and live up to that sort of character. And the problem is, I think it hurt him a little bit in this process. And he's a talent. He's not a bad quarterback. Nobody's sitting there saying he couldn't have gone in the 1st round. But I just think not only are you taking talent, but you have a lot of baggage to consider with all that. And I don't think organizations really want to mess with that.
John, the bad guy.
It's my quarterback.
Say hello to my little friend.
Watching Stone Cold on Darren's bus. That's sweet. It was. That was an awesome show too. It was an awesome show. They did a bunch of like old school covers. You know, I think they did like Nirvana. Like they just did. He played just like straight edge rock and roll. And we did this AC/DC medley that when I was in the 90s, I could hit some high notes. Yeah. I'm more of a baritone now. But no, it was awesome. If Darren remembers it, he probably would remember the AC/DC medley that we did more than he would ever remember me. And I had a lot of hair too, so he definitely probably wouldn't recognize me. I had to shave off my head. Why not? Why is it so damn quiet in here? Oh, I need to put on my hip hop music.
Music going out, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see.
I got to hang out with Darren at a golf tournament. We ate a lot of Jimmy John subs. Not me and him like directly, but I helping kick off a couple new Jimmy John's locations there in the area. And my brother was putting on a golf tournament. And he was a nice guy. He really was down to earth and seemed pretty cool.
Well, over the years, I've learned to appreciate real. When when Terrion Arnold says real appreciates real, and I always just appreciated like any of the national bands that we ever played with or anything, just people that would just treat you like a human being, just have a conversation with you, not try to tell you how great they are and how many albums they've sold, how many girls they banged, whatever their stories. I mean, some people are just full of themselves. It's kind of sad. It's like, oh man, I like your music and you're a douchebag, and
that's hard reality.
It's hard reality. But then on the other side of that coin, there's like playing with a band that you didn't know anything about that was actually really cool, and you find their music out and they're down to earth and they're cool. Play with a couple bands like that.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of a band called Fair to Midland?
I have not. Have not.
No. Okay. There a couple I would call them like mid-tier like band radio bands that maybe not stadium bands, but like I would say on that middle tier level, good songs, just excellent performers. Got to play with some pretty good. You've heard Shinedown, right?
I've heard that name. I'm not musically inclined, but yeah, I've heard Shinedown.
Good stuff right there. Let's see what we have now. Do we get any new one?
By John Herman a lot.
What's that?
I said I like that request by John Herman a lot. We should think about that.
What? I gotta find it
in the chat.
John, show us a picture with hair. Okay, I gotta find that. I gotta find one. I mean, if you look deep enough on that crop circle there on the Facebook page, I'm sure that you'll find one. Let's see if I can't find one. I mean, I ain't doing.
You keep posting. I'll do some research while you keep posting. I like it. Let's see what we can find.
If I can find something. Yeah. Oh, man, so much fun. So much fun doing that stuff. No, I had long hair all the way up until 2007, and I had like a 20-inch ponytail, and I shaved my head to do a Tool tribute show. But I gave that whole ponytail, Locks of Love, and Michigan ponytails for kids cancer. I can't remember what it was called. It was another. But we also talked a whole bunch of other people into donating their ponytails for what they did is they made wigs for kids that had cancer. That's what
that's a good
what it was.
Yeah, that's good.
And the other one, getting a whole bunch of other people to do that was really, really cool. And then we did a kick-ass concert. That was fun too. But we got looks like the Kansas City Chiefs are taking their sweet ass time trying to pick a guy, using the whole time trying to sell the NFL Network a Lexus right now with the extra commercials. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Gotta make that money.
The Chiefs got to make that money. Got to pay that bill. The salary cap was the best thing that a billionaire could ever do to a football organization. Yeah. Thank God. I only got to pay out this much, and then we can keep the billions for ourselves. It's so true. Uh-oh, we lost another edge. Ashton Gillette out of Louisville is the next edge of it. You see, that just proves that the mock draft guys don't know anything. Like they're taking the edges that they want. They're rated in one way, and you think they're gonna go, but he was one that was probably he was rated below Jack Sawyer, and there's 10 edge players that are rated ahead of him according to PFF. But that's how close all these edge ones are. It's like they're so close that it's like, which one do you want? It depends on which style that you want, because you're not gonna. One isn't that much more talented than the other, right? You know, the 38th overall edge player, how much better is he than the 87th overall prospect that is also an edge player? You know, that could be this much, you know. So the talent difference, and there's still 10 quality edges. Yeah, that's me in the back.
You know it, baby. There it is, John Herman. Living and breathing. You rocked it well, though. That's a good look on you. That is a good look on you.
Oh, good times.
Is this original Crop Circle, or is this something different?
Well, no, that was the second incarnation of Crop Circle. We had a different guitar player, but that was the only difference. The guy that's in the middle right, yeah, right there.
Jason Golding.
We had a different guitar player to start. His name was Adam Grothgen. Awesome. They were both awesome. They were both awesome in different ways. Jason's an awesome guitar player. He played like Randy Rhoads shit, where he was real fast, just blazing fast. He could do all the Eddie Van Halen, just crazy awesome.
Thanks for
And Johnny, the one in the front, was kind of like a guitar player singer, and I was just the lead singer. Played some guitar every once in a while, but
like it, man. Oh, that's cool.
Lots and lots of fun. But we've always loved football. I mean, we followed. God, this is how old I am. I remember being out on the road, and when like Joey Harrington was drafted, you know, and being like, yeah, it's over now. We got this boy out of Oregon, and it's over. And I'm such a freaking homer and stupid. I fell for it. I fell for Mike Williams. I fell for Roy. When those three were on the team, I thought those three busts, you know, and we traded away the only good one out of the three.
Remember, it was, you know, Joey Harrington, Joey Heisman, the whole hype. I mean, you weren't the only one. You know, a lot of people were sold on that pick, and he just wasn't it. Just wasn't the guy.
Well, I mean, I think that goes into the organization stuff. It's like, would Patrick Mahomes have been good if he was drafted to Chicago? And I'm not even taking a shot at Chicago, but when you're not running your ship good, it's kind of obvious. You know, when the Lions weren't running a good ship, I mean, most of us were, you know, pretty realistic to that. I remember how the talk was. Like, we were just trying to find good players. Like, if you were in the talk game back then, you were talking some football, it was usually like, God, we just need to draft a player that's good. You know, we want to have a guy on our team that we can like and cheer for. It's like, how pathetic is that? You know, man, we just want a guy we can, and that's why Barry Sanders was so awesome. Yeah. You know, that team was never, and that's the funny thing, is like, we could never be like that 91 team. I was like, how good was that 91 team really? Like, I think everybody, like, we thought we maybe go to the Super Bowl, but we weren't like the favorites or anything like that. I mean, there were still the powers that were out there. We just kind of made the playoffs a couple years, had a good running back, you know. We were kind of like, you know, like almost like the Buffalo Bills are. We just didn't have the quarterback. I guess the one year we had the quarterback, Mitchell had the good year, but it was never like this, is what I'm trying to say. It was like, we have one of the best rosters in the NFL. We wouldn't even have had the draft, and we could have went in with what we had and competed. Yeah. Just getting our guys back, you know?
It's funny. I loved that Scott Mitchell team, 95, 96. Those were good teams, but yeah, they were. Go ahead. We got a pick?
Yeah, so the Cleveland Browns select a tight end, not an edge.
You like that?
Tight end.
All right, go ahead.
Tight end. Harold Fannin Jr. How about it?
Harold Fannin.
Yeah, I just thought those mid '90s Lions teams were fun to watch, but just not complete. They were never complete from so many different areas. I mean, you had, people on that team that will live for me forever. I mean, Brett Perriman, Johnny Morton, that wide receiver core with Herman Moore. I mean, so they had a lot of good groups of players, but they just didn't have it all put together at once. There were holes on the offensive line. They never really had a dominant defense outside of a couple decent players. Then going back to all the way to 91, you had the quarterback problem. I think they were never solid with Eric Kramer, Andre Ware, Rodney Peete. I mean, you can keep going. It just was never really all there. So it just never happened.
But they tried. And I love how people can just look back in their little time machine and just go, Barry needed a line. It's like, you don't think they tried to get a line for him? And by the way, did Barry always run to the hole that he was supposed to, or did sometimes he do some Barry shit and sometimes it worked and sometimes it was a 3-yard loss? Let's be honest. Barry's greatness sometimes led to loss of yards. You know, it was kind of like, what's that?
Lions just traded up again. See what
they
you got
did not.
there.
Man, these guys are. How are you getting this? I thought yesterday I was getting it quicker, and now you're getting it quicker.
Next pick, round 3, round 3, pick 6. So they made something happen here.
So the Lions, I don't see it on mine yet, but Kyle Williams, wide receiver from Washington State, goes to the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I got the Lions swapped out at 6. They're coming up right here, dude. This is going to be good. I'm curious what they're going to.
So the Jaguars are on the clock, and Johnny Gaz is saying, okay. Isaac Tesla, wide receiver, Arkansas, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And is it the Saints that we trade with here? So we're at pick 71 by mine, what I'm going with here. And the Saints are on the clock. You're not getting like fake news or
no, dude, I'm on ESPN.com. They have it swapped out. The Lions took the 6th pick in the 3rd round. I don't know how you've moved it. Like, it would make sense if they took Tesla there for themselves, but not Jacksonville. Rick C is saying the same thing in the chat. But
what?
That the Lions traded up. But I want to see this go through.
I'm just looking back. Well, I mean, I could be getting it late. It was late last time. I mean,
dude, I don't know what feed you're getting in PFF. I'm watching the draft, and they have the 69 pick with New England still not selected, then coming up Detroit at 70. So my guess is that they took Isaac Tesla at 70.
Yeah, interesting. 6'4", 217-pound wide receiver.
I called that. I mocked him to the Lions in my 3rd mock draft. I'm not trying to my own horn.
No way. That is weird.
Yep, Kyle Williams, wide receiver to the Patriots. So we're good. You're good there.
Because right now I'm seeing. Well, I mean, it could happen where there's a flurry of picks that came in to them, and they just got to report them. I mean, PFF might be sandbagging me just because they want to sell a Tesla.
That's interesting. That's weird.
Let me see. Let me refresh my thing. Sometimes that happens. No, I'm still seeing Isaac Tesla, and I am still not seeing. And you said they got the 6th pick. So 1,
Yep. Terry and Arnold's walking up with the card right now on ESPN. Here we go. Do you want the audio? I can give you the audio.
Yeah, go ahead. I wonder if you can give me the audio.
Oh, maybe I can't. No, forget that.
No. Is it Isaac Tesla?
He's talking right now. He hasn't made the pick yet.
I mean, I hope to God they said the 6th pick. I mean, yesterday they messed with me and they gave me the Temple running back, and it was Talik Williams. It is the Lions.
Yep,
The Lions selected Isaac Tesla. There's our ex-wide receiver.
Yes, it is. He's huge.
6'4", 217.
It's a big boy, man.
It is.
I like the skill set. I like it, man. I mean, that's the only. They're not lacking anywhere, but that's the only size receiver that they might have wanted to build for the future. So now you got Tim Patrick, and you're going to just build this guy into that role.
Oh, this is so funny. I mean, Brad Holmes is saying loud and clear that the outside media saying that we have a need at edge is that they don't need an edge more than they need a wide receiver. But it does make sense. Like when you look at long term, all of these picks make sense, right? You know, you're not going to have Graham Glasgow soon. You just lost Kevin Zeitler. It makes sense. So, Isaac Tesla is now a Detroit Lion. And we have the ex-wide receiver of the future. And we love some Tim Patrick, but this is Tim Patrick, you know, reincarnated right here, right?
They got 2 third-round picks with the Jags there. Is that what he's saying? That'd be wild.
What happened?
So he's saying Detroit gave up 70, 182, and a 2026 6th-round pick for 102 and 2 third-round picks with the Jaguars. I have to confirm that before I. Yeah, I don't see him back on the board here in the 3rd round. So they gave up their last pick then, that 102. Yep.
And 2 third-round picks.
I don't see 2 third-round picks though. I only see the one. Let me see if I can get confirmation on that. I'll keep looking into it.
Right. Because the Lions might almost be done then.
Yeah, that would make them done for today. You're absolutely right.
182. Yep. So there they go. I'm putting this out there too. So Isaac Tesla. It sounds is that French?
I don't know. I'll have to look into that though. I think I might be butchering that as well. Somebody had corrected me in one of my own chats because when I posted that mock draft 3.0, I kept saying Tesla, and I was like Tesla. I don't even know if that's it though. We have to.
So Brad Holmes must like the guy. They've traded up for both of these guys, so it's like they wanted these players.
Yeah.
This isn't like letting somebody fall to you. Like you can say different things about, Malik Williams because he fell. And did you settle for Malik Williams? You can always say that, but when you trade up, you're going to get the guy you want. So in this draft so far, Brad has gotten 2 of the guys that he wanted. Maybe he doesn't like any of these edge players.
Here's good. I'm sorry to do this. I just searched. How about this?
What?
With the 1,000th overall pick, McDonald select quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, that's good. Or pick round 3 goes all the way. So there's no more picks for us. It will be over. Our draft is now over. We selected a wide receiver and we abandon the edge position.
Wow.
Does this mean, I mean, is this just kind of a foregone conclusion now that they're going to get Zadarius Smith?
That's a good point.
I mean, he's hanging around with Cash Daw.
Yeah, that would have a lot of. I mean, that would make a lot of sense, right? Because you're right. I'm not going to say they gave up on an edge, but maybe they just didn't value it. They didn't think in their situation that they really needed to go get an edge. And obviously you're right. They moved up for this wide receiver. They moved up for the second round pick. So they're happy to go get their guys. And I'm sure they're happy with where they ended up. But yeah, Z could be coming into town quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the draft compensation. So we gave up 2 third-round picks for next year, or we gave up our 1 third-round pick for this year for sure. I'm just not. I guess I'm not understanding the draft compensation. But I do see the 182 pick that's coming up for us. I think maybe not. We got 182. I do see that one, and that's not until the 5th round. 6th round.
How about this? He's drafted in the 3rd round, pick 70. He scored a 9.93 RAS out of a possible 10. This ranked 29 out of 3,816. This is from 1987 to 2025. They love the RAS. They love the RAS so much. I'm seeing nothing about the compensation yet, though, buddy. Nothing yet.
Well, I just keep on seeing people put stuff in to the comments about it. So
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, and Isaac Tesla. How about that for a three wide receiver combo? Okay with that.
And you got that for at least 2 years too, since they picked up Jamison's 5th-year option today.
Yep.
Along with Aiden Hutchinson's. You think they're going to hang on those contracts? It's a good question.
With Aiden, you mean?
Well, I mean, either. I mean, yeah, Aiden for sure.
They got that number. I don't know. I mean, I kind of wish they would have just paid him, but now I guess I see why. I mean, now it seems to make a little bit of sense, and I think they're going to have to take on a little bit of salary here. Like you said, they might have to sign a Zadarius Smith for $10 million. I don't know. We'll see.
But that's the thing. It's like I know that Aiden Hutchinson is the golden boy in Michigan, right? He's holier than thou. But the God's honest truth is, if you sign him to a multi-year deal, you're going to pay $40 million a year, right? 35, 40, right? That 5th-year option is 20. It's $20 million. It's like, just business-wise, it's like, I love me some Aiden Hutchinson, but just like a player, doesn't care what the organization. It's like, I don't care. Kirby Joseph's like, pay me, give me. I want the best contract ever, and we had to do it. Right. The player has the advantage in that situation, right? But who has the advantage in that situation?
There's the compensation right there. That's official from DetroitLions.com.
So we get 7182 and then a 2026 6th round. So get one for next year.
182nd. I mean, that's okay. They get a pick back, so that's all right.
Yeah. But he was just something that I was talking about earlier was like they just used some of their picks right there. We got a couple 7th round picks. We're gonna get some guys that might do some practice squad stuff, but we're not. We use picks to get 3 guys that can impact the team. You know, and the rest of the picks, you know, you're definitely not going to look for starters in those picks. We're going to go all the way to the 6th round. I don't know how much of these edge rushers, but these edge rushers are dropping. So I'm sure that one of those picks is going to be an edge rusher, that the late rounders.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
They'll take one, and I mean, who knows? But you needed a receiver for the future, right? Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. Khalif Raymond's on the last year of his deal. And then you have Jameson and Amon-Ra. That was it. So this is a move that also fixes your wide receiver problem. Like when you go into next offseason, you don't have a wide receiver problem. You're going into next offseason with, 3 studs. Hopefully. Definitely 2 studs. But you're hoping this guy's going to be a stud too. And there you go. And you hit up that RAS score. That's not nothing. They like these athletic guys. We take these athletic guys and we're like, we can coach them. That's what they say. You got an awesome athletic profile. We can coach them.
That's right. All right, brother. I gotta call it there. But are you? I know you're on the rest of the night with this 3rd round, but you're coming back again tomorrow, right?
Yep. I do the whole damn thing, and I'm about ready to throw the link into the comments so Broski can get on with me.
Yeah, dude. Let's get Broski on with you and have some fun.
That's right. But thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for experiencing the Lions picks with me.
No worries, dude. I appreciate you having me on. I'll if you'll have me again tomorrow, I'm sure at some point I'll swing through.
So, all right, brother.
All right. Peace out, brother.
Johnny Gaz, everybody. Got that post up. It's hard to be on a live show and get the post up. So if I do any misspellings on the Villain Squad Facebook page, it's not my fault. But Bear Down Mike's in the house. If you guys want to pop on, I don't know if I got that. Oh, no, I don't. Let me get you. If you want to come on, talk some football, I'm going to be here for the rest of the 3rd round. And that's how dedicated I am. What's up, Fred Peterson? What's up, John? I know that I'm going to have to deal with a lot of the peeps. We didn't draft an edge rusher. We did not draft an edge rusher, but I'm not too cracked up about it. When you're looking at what we need, we have edge rushers. It might not be the edge rushers that you want, but we got Aiden Hutchinson back. We're adding Aiden Hutchinson to a 15-win team, and they just got Aiden Hutchinson some help. I'm sorry you don't like to hear that I'm a Buckeye fan, but I watched Talik Williams, and he's going to help this team. He's an awesome defensive tackle. He wrecks plays. He wrecks your game plan. As far as a guard goes, A lot of people had him mocked to us in the second round anyway. But Graham Glasgow isn't young, and he's coming to the end of his deal. You got Mahogany. Mahogany, you're liking that's good. So you're solidifying your offensive line right here. And then you got young guys. You got Penei Sewell. You got this young core. You know, invest in those big guys. I can't knock the Lions for doing that. I know that everybody wanted an edge. My dad used to tell me, you can want in one hand and shit in the other. Let me know which one fills up first. And, yeah, I wanted an edge, but the players that we got, a wide receiver, a 6'4" X wide receiver, that seems like that's been the entire talk. And by the way, Bear Down Mike, if you want to pop in and talk with me, you can. Fred Peterson, you want to come in, have a conversation, use the link, and we can talk some football. Or I can just keep on running my mouth here and keep talking to a screen and respond to you guys commenting too. That's cool. But it's good to see you on here, Bear Down Mike. It's good to see you on here, Dwayne. And I understand the draft compensation a little bit better now. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, what does that mean? No edge? What does that mean for Zadarius Smith? Is this were these draft picks good news for Zadarius Smith? I mean, here's the thing. It's like you need to make the draft. You're trying to draft your future, but edge isn't the only position that's there. And like I said, you don't like the edge players. You don't like Davenport. You know, well, he's going to be healthy to start the season, so it's, you know, you might get, you know, one game out of him, right? But Davenport's good for his one game. What if you get 8 games out of him? You got Josh Pascal going into his 4th year. It's a contract year for him. He was drafted in the 2nd round. He showed some promise here and there. He's got to step up, or else his replacement will be coming. You know, you brought back Muhammad. Muhammad played decent for you. When you got 19 guys injured, you know, the practice squad guys got to step up. Well, that means they get an opportunity too. One of the things about all of the guys that they brought back, even into the practice squad, into the Ezekiel Turners of the world, they all had experience. They all had to play. You know, they were practicing on the practice squad, and all of a sudden they get the call up because we had 95 injuries last year. And they stepped up for the most part. I mean, I'll take all the slander for the Washington game. Oh, you make up excuses. Oh, so you're going to blame injuries? It's like we had 17 guys injured. You don't think it would have been different if we would have had Hutchinson and Aleem out there? Injuries are a big part of it. Sometimes you fall on the wrong side of it. It's not an excuse. Sometimes the excuse can be the reason. You can beat teams when you're down players, but it's really hard to beat good teams. Somebody was going to get us sooner or later. When Hutchinson went down, it was like a portion of the fan base. It was the first time I casted doubt in my mind. I don't know many teams that win the Super Bowl without their best players. And that's like a roll of the dice. There's no guarantee that all of our players are going to make it through next year. So, Brad Holmes is doing his job. To get you updated on some of these picks, because I've been talking while we were trying to figure things out. So we had defensive lineman Vernon Broughton going to the Saints. Landon Jackson going to the Buffalo Bills. Azare Thomas goes to the Jets. Paul Bryant, wide receiver, goes to the Denver Broncos, another wide receiver for them. Nicholas Martin, linebacker, goes to the San Francisco 49ers. Shavon Raval, cornerback, East Carolina, goes to the Dallas Cowboys, and the Carolina Panthers are on the clock at pick 77. And I believe that we're going to go to pick 102. We had that. So I'm going to be here with you. Pick 77 in the house. About 25 picks left. Princely Uman Medlin from Mississippi. They had the most crazy names this year. I'm so glad that these guys are on my team. I want to try to pronounce these guys' names. Just call him Princely. Well, he goes to the Carolina Panthers. I think Brad's mad at everybody. Hey, Fred. The wide receiver that we got from Arkansas is a big boy. That is a giant man. A giant man. Is anybody in the... So we still got a Green Bay pick. We still got a Vikings pick. And that's it from the NFC North. 2 more picks. Chicago's done, but Chicago already did their damage. Chicago loading up. I like my team now. I like the Lions. I like our roster to a point where I really don't care if other teams are going to get better. You're going to have to come and pack your lunch either way. Even if your team gets to be a Super Bowl contending team, you're still going to have to pack your lunch. Fred Peterson. It's a good question. Do we even go get Zadarius Smith again? Davenport played well while he was healthy. Before the dirty chop on his arm, Muhammad played well. Pascal is still improving. See, I agree with all that. But we like depth. Zadarius Smith gives you a proven player in that spot. And you can still have those other 3 players. I mean, there you go. Davenport, Z, Muhammad, and Pascal. I like that rotation with Hutch. Going 6 deep with pass rushers. I'm good with that. You know, Muhammad might. I mean, Muhammad. It's nice that they brought him back on a 1-year deal, but there's no guarantees that he makes the roster. I mean, if you can go get Z, get Z. Z liked it here. He was definitely the second best pass rusher. So we got 77. Princely Uman Million goes to the Carolina Panthers, and we got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. Yes, you are correct. I am right there with you, Dwayne. And I don't mind that. Rick C said we had twice the injuries of any other team, and they were all on defense. And it's true. There was part of me that just wanted to see us run the same team back. I want to see what we can do just with our own players. God, just adding the starters, having Anzalone, Aleem, Hutchinson, Campbell, Kirby, Joe, like just to see our starting defense to be out there, that would be something else. The offense is fine. Carolina or the Cardinals are still on the clock, taking their sweet ass time. Come on, guys. I don't got all night. Actually, I do. But I am going to take a break here for a second. I need to go get myself a reload on my cocktail. So please enjoy some of this background music while I go and mix myself a drink. Hold tight right there. This is the Lion Villain Report, Draft Day, Part 2. The Lions may be done, but I said that I was going to do the whole draft, and I'm going to be the marathon man. I am going to make it. I'm going to make it all the way through, and I'm glad that you guys are going to be the ones that make it all the way through with me. But I will be right back after these messages. All right. Got myself a cocktail. I'm ready to talk some more football. You guys are great. The backup music is coming in. Oh, wow. Look at that. We got Joe Chap up in the house.
What up, my man?
What is going on? I just in time, man. I don't know how long you've been waiting back there, but I had to make myself a nice Batman Captain Morgan cocktail right here, man. I'm doing it shining the bat signal up. Looking for an edge rusher.
You might as well. I still think they're gonna get Darius Smith back, but it'll be fine.
I can't complain about these. Like, the thing is like, sometimes, like I said, you can't. I want to want in one hand and shit in the other. Let's see which one fills up first. And
exactly.
Like, I want an edge rusher, but I can't complain about any of the picks that they made. Like, we wanted impact players, right? Last year, it was like, oh, we didn't get these guys. We want these. These guys aren't projects. All three of these guys are going to be day one impact guys. I think that Ratledge will probably win the starting guard job, and Talik is going to have to start because Aleem's out, and wide receiver right there. I mean, Tim Patrick's not the long-term answer there. This is the long-term answer.
No, and the Isaac Tesla kid from Arkansas, he got a lot of speed, and he's gonna be a good player. He's good on the slot, good on the outside. So he's kind of your go-to guy, but if you want, you know what I'm saying? They've been looking for an XY receiver, and they find him in the draft. That's the best way to find him, you know.
I love it, man. With the weapons, they went up and got the guys. That's the main thing I want people to understand. If you're listening out there, that we went up and got the guys that we wanted.
Yeah. Well, no, I look at it like this. Okay, it's obvious that they identify these three guys, right? Now, Tate Ratledge, I love Tate Ratledge, to be honest. I love him. I watched him because I watched him play Tennessee a couple times. I watched Georgia football a lot, whatever. And when he demolished James Pierce, who was a first round pick, I was like, this guy is freaking phenomenal. And it wasn't like he just destroyed him, like in terms of like pancake blocked him, bro. He drove his ass to the ground, and that's a kind of a Dan Campbell guy. So
that's right.
It's a guy that they saw and they said, we got to go get him, and they went and got him. I think if they would have waited till pick 60, what would have happened is Baltimore would have took him, because Baltimore needs a guard.
Right. So. And Baltimore's been picking up these guys like and Jordan Birch out of Oregon just comes off the board right there, out of Oregon, going to the Cardinals, and then Jalen Knoll, wide receiver out of Iowa State, going to the Texans. Pick 80, we have Justin Wally going to the Colts. God, I missed a whole bunch of them in here, but that's all right. I'd rather have good conversation. We don't. The Bengals take Dylan Fairchild, the other guard.
Good player. See, what I'm starting to learn right here, not to cut you off with the draft or whatever, what I'm starting to learn is like a lot of these guys that I thought would go later are going earlier. Like Dylan Fairchild was he was like a 6th round, 7th round pick in terms of like projection or whatever. And he's a 3rd round pick?
Yeah, it used to be you could save money on guards. You could go to 3rd, 4th round and just take a guard and be good, or you could get one in, like we did, in the 6th round. But with these guys getting 20, 25, like these positions, I mean, we're getting priced out on a lot of these things. And I think that Brad Holmes has had to do some maneuvering around because of how expensive some of these positions are coming out.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, but you definitely have to plan differently. If you're thinking you're going to pay 17 million for a guy and he ends up costing 21, right? You know, you wanted to pay 5 to Derek Barnes and you had to pay 7. The market is what the market is. That's what people don't understand half the time. It's like you got to play the market. You're not getting effed over. These guys aren't. If you're getting paid and you're a top 10 player, you're probably going to get the biggest contract in history if it's your turn.
Yeah,
you're
like
the one getting paid.
Well, Tyler Linderbaum for the Baltimore Ravens is about to get paid as a center, so it feels like we're going back to the older days where like the interior of the defensive line and interior of the offensive line are going to become a focal point. I think the running back is coming back as well because there's not, you can see the running backs coming out now. Like this whole draft is loaded with running backs. So, I mean, a guy like Omarion Hampton, a guy like Quinshawn Jenkins that went to Cleveland, like there's a lot of good players out there. So,
and there is, and it depends on what type of schemes that you're running, what type of players that you're looking for, and how do they play together. And what positions are going to be expensive next year? Because it may be different. I remember when they were trying to pay running backs all $20 million. When the Le'Veon Bell thing was coming out, they were all trying to be take that up to the next. And then all of a sudden, running backs were cheaper. That's when we signed Montgomery to the deal. All of a sudden, people dialed way back on running backs, and now they're paying running backs again.
Yeah.
Like, what just happened? Well, Saquon Barkley just went off.
Well, he
won the Super Bowl.
He took the Eagles to the Super Bowl. Like he took them to the Super Bowl basically.
So everybody's got to draft a running back.
Yeah, well, that's gonna happen. I think. Well, look at the Lions, right? They drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a superstar, right? Bijan Robinson with the Atlanta Falcons, superstar. Saquon Barkley, a superstar. Like these are guys that are like you want to get a good, like Saquon Barkley being available was like a once in a lifetime type thing. I think for the Eagles, you know what I'm saying? And they got him, and they rode him to the Super Bowl. Like that's exactly why they won the Super Bowl. And obviously, their defensive line helped, but they drafted most of that defensive line. So
there was like a rumor at the beginning of like the kind of like the draft process, like how there was like maybe a handful of players, maybe 9-10 players that were at the top echelon type of thing, and then like 11 through 70 or whatever were all like the same type of value. And I think that that's being reflected right here and right now. And you think that maybe is the reason that Brad didn't go edge? Because we want to have one of the best players at their position. If he drafts a guy, I think that he wants that guy to have a chance to be the best player at that position. And maybe those guys are all just good players, We have good edges. We need a guy that is the dude, right? The dude opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And maybe he wasn't there.
Well, maybe he was picked up before the Lions picked. Or what I always say is like, a lot of people wonder why Zadarius Smith hasn't really signed with the Lions or whatever. Part of it might be is because, maybe they have a deal in hand where Zadarius signs if they don't draft an edge rusher. That's what can happen too. So,
and it could have been just dictated on the way the draft fell, right? So the thing is like they didn't get an edge, but they got 3 really, really good players. As Tampa Bay makes their selection, Jacob Parrish, cornerback, Kansas State. There you go. Tampa Bay making moves.
That Steelers pick of Caleb Johnson, that's going to be a good one.
So they're doing stuff. So,
yeah, I like that pick a lot. That's another running back I liked. I really like the running back success. You know what I felt like? If you took your edges, right? You took every edge that you thought you were gonna get, right? You take them out of there. And you take the running backs out of there, and the defensive linemen out of there. This is a very, very borderline below average draft. Like really, just truly, it doesn't make any sense, to be honest.
So Shedeur Sanders isn't going to get drafted today, and where do you think he's going to get drafted? Do you think he's going to get drafted at all?
That's a good question. You know, this list goes to tell you, and it's not his fault. It's really not his fault. It's more of like his dad is like the vocal point of why he's probably not going to be drafted. You know, not going to be drafted as early as he thought. You know, saying that where he dictates where his son's going to go play football in the NFL, like you can miss me with that. You know what I'm saying? These NFL teams are not going to deal with that at all. You know, there's one team that I could see drafting Shedeur Sanders, so, and one team only.
Do you think that he's good enough to go do anything with a franchise? I mean, it seems like he has some of the skills that you would need, but it comes from a spot of humility. It's like you ain't going to go in there and control a locker room of 53 men that, you know, they've already done it. You haven't walked in their shoes yet, and you're going to go in there and tell them what to do?
No.
Like, you got to still earn that. And I think good rookie quarterbacks understand that, you know?
Well, what I look at with Shedeur Sanders is, one, he's not as mobile as people thought he was. He makes dumbass decisions with the ball. That's 2. 3, he's not smart with the ball either. Like, he will throw it up for grabs every single time. And if he didn't have Travis Hunter, like, where would he be? Like, it's just like, you on tape, it's bad enough to where, like, maybe you could draft him later on or whatever. But the whole Deion Sanders thing and all that jazz and him talking all the time, and it's just like, no general manager is going to sign up for that and, like, risk losing, you know, their job because they picked Shedeur Sanders. And then it came a circus along with it. You know what I'm saying? That was part of the reason, like, you know, a long time ago, a lot of people, like Colin Kaepernick stuff, right? Or Tim Tebow, with both of them. Like, they were both, they could play quarterback in the NFL, but who wanted to take that circus on, right? Like, the media fanfare and all that stuff. No team's going to take that on. The only way they'll take it on is if you're good and you're not a backup. You know what I'm saying? If you're a backup, you could get lost with that, bro. Like, you could literally get lost. Like, I was talking to a guy once, and it was interesting because he was actually in our NFL front office, and he said that, like, we'll deal with your shit if you're good, and if you're not good, we won't deal with your shit. I was like, all right, interesting. You know what I'm saying? So basically, if you're a good player, we'll deal with it. If you're not a good player, you can go to the Browns or wherever you want to go, you know?
Wow. I like our regime that says that if you're going to be that, if you're going to be a turd, then you just can't be a lion.
Well,
like,
I always tell people, if you look across the NFL, right? You look across the NFL, what does it mean to be a Baltimore Raven? You got to be tough. You got to be physical. You got to play very tough, and you're playing football, right? Pittsburgh is the same way. You gotta bring it every time. You know, like there's a standard in Pittsburgh. It's becoming the same way in Detroit. Like, you don't come to Detroit and think that you're gonna just walk in here and do whatever the hell you want to do. You're gonna have to earn it. And that's the way this regime is kind of hold it together. You know.
Well, here's something that's reality. I mean, if you're looking at the draft picks, right? So we got 182, and then there's a couple of 7th round picks, right? 228 and then 230. Now, there's no guarantee that any of those late round picks are even going to make the team. Like, there's a logjam at every position. Like, even defensive end, guys. Like, if we draft a defensive end and a defensive end comes here, they have to beat out Josh Pascal, and that's not as easy as some might think that is. Somebody that's been in a Kelvin Shepard type of defense for 3 years, and you're just going to walk in, you're just going to beat out Josh Pascal. You're just going to beat out, you know, Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
These guys know what's going on. They've been at the practices. They know where the cafeteria is.
It's just amazing because, like, I look at a guy like I thought I thought a guy like Landon Jackson would have made sense for the Lions, the edge rusher out of Arkansas.
Mhm.
I mean, they went Isaac Tesla, and I like Isaac Tesla for a couple of reasons. I think he's a good player, man. He's a very, very good player, and he played ball at Hudsonville, Hudsonville, and he played at Hillsdale College before he transferred to Arkansas. So he's gonna be a good player, I think. But
Well,
a lot of stuff is going on.
I like that RAS score. Johnny Gaz was bringing up the RAS score of our new
Yeah.
wide receiver, and he's freak, and so
Yeah.
is Talik. I know that nobody likes that I'm a dirty Ohio State fan, but I did watch every game in the national championship tournament, and Talik the Freak wrecked the game. You want to talk about somebody that can dictate where sacks come from? He's going to get 2 defensive ends paid. Talik the Freak is. And one of them was already drafted, and the other one, Jack Sawyer, was a very big benefit of the fact that Talik the Freak played his role at Ohio State, and he would always take on 2 dudes. And every run play, it seemed like he was in the backfield tackling them as they were handing the ball off to the running back. That's what Talik the Freak is at 320 pounds, which is pretty much like Aleem McNeil reincarnated.
So Holmes was talking to the media. It says, in regards to trading future picks, Holmes said if there's a guy they love, they don't flinch. And then he said Tesla, the wide receiver from Arkansas, he could play on the outside and the inside. And he wore this. Listen to this. This is kind of funny. He showed up to his top 30 visit wearing a Lions jersey.
What?
Yeah. So.
Okay, so he's a Lion.
Yeah.
He most definitely is a Lion. We had a little run on cornerbacks right there. We had Jacob Parrish goes to the Buccaneers, and then Noah Williams from California goes to the Kansas City Chiefs, and then Jamari Caldwell, interior defensive lineman out of Oregon, goes to the Chargers, and the Green Bay Packers, the evil empire, is on the clock. Oh man, I love this job.
Man, I'll tell you what.
I love getting some of these peach crowns. I got myself a nice sativa doobie that sets the mood just right. I don't know what you're using to relax out there, ladies and gentlemen, but if you're listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth, go ahead and type that in the comments. Let me know what you're drinking. Let me know what you're smoking. Let me know how you're feeling. What did you think about that? What you think about it? What do we got in here? I know Dwayne. We can always count on Dwayne. I like how Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne, I love you, man. He's always keeping up. We're out here bantering and we're talking back and forth, having a good conversation. And Dwayne's in there making sure that every single pick is represented. Charger pick. And now we got the evil empire.
Oh, they took another wide receiver. That's interesting.
Did they?
Yeah, Savion Williams from TCU. Smaller guy.
Man, you're getting. Come on, PFF. Yesterday I was ahead of everybody, and now I'm behind everybody. There it is, Savion Williams.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with that.
Green Bay pumping up the. Going with the offensive players. Golden, that's a good pick for them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Jordan Love's got a cannon, and he can get that ball down build, and that's 4.2, 8 speed. I don't know if he's as fast as Jameson, but
no.
But that's damn fast. That's dude get behind your defense, and I'm glad that we got good safeties.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Savion Williams, he's a trinket wide receiver because like I watched him at TCU or whatever, and he's kind of like he's fast, but he's not gonna game break you in my opinion.
Well, Savion Williams, 6'5", 225 pounds. He's not gonna run out of the gym. Says that his stats aren't gonna wow his evaluators.
No.
He's a very versatile, potentially high impact NFL player on the line, in the backfield, or as a returner. A 6'5" NFL player in the backfield. That's an interesting player right there. Big dude, though. Big. 6'5". That's a grown man right there, Joe.
You man. You talking about the offensive tackle they drafted?
No, I'm talking about Savion Williams, the wide receiver that the Packers just drafted. So they draft the speedy 4'2", dude, and then they draft a big Ophie 6'4" man amongst boy wide receiver. Hey, they're trying. That means they ain't believing in Romeo Dobbs and whoever, Dontavian Wicks.
And
they're trying to sell us as all number one wide receivers last year. I'm like, get the out of here with that.
No. Well, it goes to show you, like, these they just, man.
I mean, Jordan Reed is a good number 2.
Jaden Reed?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jaden Reed.
What I say? I'm sorry, I'm drinking.
No, Jaden Reed.
What I say?
You said Jordan Reed.
Oh, Jordan Reed.
Yeah.
Close enough. Whatever. He's a Packer.
You've had enough of that shit.
Right.
Caleb Rainsaw out of Tulane goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And guess what? The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock again.
Again?
Interesting. That's all right. It might be the last time in their life because they traded their firstborn to the Cleveland Browns to move up 3 spots.
Well, if you like the player, like Brad Holmes said, go get him.
Well, I'll tell you what, if that cornerback wide receiver ends up playing both ways in the NFL, then that's absolutely worth it. But
I don't think he will, but interesting.
But, well, I think what'll happen is he'll play cornerback and he'll have plays on offense where he's in there as a gadget dude. But, you know, that's a recipe for injury is what I like to call it.
The more plays, the more chance for an injury.
That's right. That's why the Lions with the 1-2 punch of Montgomery and Gibbs is smart. Even
keep them fresh.
You know, now in theory, yes, if you took Montgomery out of the equation and you made Jahmyr Gibbs your workhorse, it would be better. It would probably net you more yards for that year, but you're going to have Jahmyr Gibbs for like 8 months, and then his career is going to be over because he's going to be dead.
Well, that's an interesting point you bring up about Montgomery, because I would think that the net yardage would be lower because he might get hurt. You know what I'm saying? I think all that.
Well, I mean, he probably would get hurt.
Right.
I mean, most definitely. That's why it's smart. You've extended his career, and when you extend a running back's career that's got talent like that, then maybe it's worth it to pay those big dollars for the running backs when his contract comes up.
I think that's what it is. I think you're going to start seeing that more and more and more in the NFL. Because they did that with the Saints did that with Kamara. They had Mark Ingram for a lot of years with Kamara, and they kind of his shelf life kind of stayed open, if you would say that, you know. Well,
like in boxing, there's nothing more dangerous than a good counterpuncher, and somebody that can, you know, change paces on you. And if you're used to a running style, like if you're getting beat up by Montgomery and you're getting hit on the line of scrimmage and you're used to that, next thing you know, you got Jahmyr Gibbs in there and the change of pace, you're ready to make the contact and you miss. you know, a lot of people get knocked out like that in boxing when they change their pace up. All of a sudden, you're not ready for it, and then you take a couple good shots, and that's what our running game is. Our running game can do that to you. Go ahead.
Speaking of the run game, Brad Holmes said just a couple minutes ago, he was talking at the podium. He said Brad Holmes said he saw Tesla at the Senior Bowl. Before watching his tape, said he was impressed by his contributions in the run game, pissing off the defensive backs with his aggressive blocking. I mean, if that doesn't sound like a Detroit Lion to you, that's exactly what it is, man.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. And you know what? I can start this thing over. Let me get this thing up here, because I know that these guys never give me a hard time when it comes with these deals. All right, bastard, stop that. All right, let's try this again. Boom. All right. Let's see what Brad Holmes got to say about this. Let me get this music, chill this music down a little bit.
He rose more as a process went along because of his versatility that we were able to find out a little bit more about. So I thought that he would just fit in just like a glove here. And then Tesla, he was one, saw him at the Senior Bowl when I went down there and hadn't watched his film yet. But just saw how he was in the run game in the team periods, just his blocking and his size, and he was just being a pest, and he was just pissing off the DBs and the defenders. And obviously it made me just want to completely watch the tape, and then you see a guy that's just big, long, smooth strider, can accelerate, can run. He's a hands catcher, can play special teams, can block, so can do a lot of things. So we're really excited to land both of them. And, you know, really it's just at some point, you know, you're going to run out of, you know, the well runs dry at some points in these drafts. So, you know, you better get the guys that you really, really want, and you got to worry about that other stuff later. So I do look at the stuff later. I do look at, you know, what we have in the future, and when we do trade future picks and all that stuff, I feel comfortable with it. But as long as the guys that we love, we don't flinch, we just go and get them.
I just played a lot in the slot at Arkansas. You view him as a kind of a versatile guy that can, obviously with his frame, it seems like he can step outside and give you something down the field, and you see him as a multi-versatile.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, I think he's going to be able to do both. Again, just like any other receiver, you know, he's going to need to develop, but he's got the tools to play outside and win outside. You know, he's going to have to learn, you know, getting off press and all that stuff, just like they all do. But he's got all the physical tool, and he's got the intangible makeup to be able to overcome that.
I guess, you know, going from no-star recruit to Hillsdale to Arkansas, and even like this past year, not really maybe having as many opportunities. How much did that kind of stand out?
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. You know, obviously I knew all about his story before I met him, but just to hear him kind of walk me and Dan through it in terms of just, you know, him getting to Hillsdale and how that process worked, and even his family and the connection there. And then, you know, going to Arkansas and the higher production the year before, and then it dipped down, and just the explanation from there. And I thought he handled it very professionally, but he's just, you know, I'm sure, I don't know if he told you, but when he came on his top 30 of his, he had on a Lions jersey. And I thought he just did like a cheesy move just to, like, you know, some fanboy stuff. Like, and I'm just like, oh, come on, you didn't put a Lions jersey on. But no, but he said, like, no, I've had it since the 8th grade. You know, and he's like, you know, what better time to wear it than now? And so I really respected that. But no, he grew up as a Lions fan through and through. But obviously that is not why we were excited to go up there and pick him. We were excited to go up there and pick him because he's big, he can run, he's tough, he's smart, he's a hands catcher, and he blocks, and he plays special teams. And that's why we're excited to go get him.
No, but I'm a fanboy. Hey, I'm a fanboy. I love that he came to his top 30 visit with a Lions jersey on, Joe. That is awesome.
I told you, man. That was probably the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But you know what? If you think that that guy could help you out, that's exactly what that's why you pick him. But it helps that he, grew up a Lions fan. And, he's a good player too.
It just hits different. It just hits a little bit different right there with Brad Holmes saying that.
Yep.
Let's keep it going.
Can you just explain a little bit more about when you feel convicted about someone, I don't know if it's a rush or whatever it is, but you've done it 11 times now in your drafts. You see someone, you trust your evaluation of them, and you go get them. Can you just explain that?
It's just, look, man, who are you? Who are those guys that you just have that, you have that gut feeling about that you really want them? And especially if it's a universal, if it's an alignment, if me and Dan are aligned in our conviction and our love for the player, which usually we are, and, it's just, you just feel it. And so the more that we, looked at, obviously I looked at Tyleek a lot more than until before Dan got in, but I wasn't surprised Dan loved Tyleek because that's one of his guys. It's his type of player. It's my type of player. He fits right in. He's the type of guy who we like. One shot that he was going to love Tesla. He's everything that we're about. Tate Ratledge. So you have to feel that. You have to feel it in your gut. You have to, and that conviction feels, and it happens at different parts. Like when I first saw Tesla at the Senior Bowl, that's when I was like, whoa, who's this kid blocking like that? Then you watch the tape, and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, he blocked. Okay, fine. But he shows all this other stuff, or the same thing with Ratledge.
Great question.
Yeah.
Were you tempted? Were the edge rushers go too quickly for you to make a move on that? And is that a little bit of a disappointment?
No, I wouldn't say it's a disappointment because we got all guys that we love. So, just like I told you guys before the draft, we could have drafted an edge rusher that plays that position. We could have done that. Y'all would have been happy, right? You guys would have been happy if we would have drafted an edge rusher that, If he was good. That's it. That's it. All I hear is edge rusher, draft. And so I'm like, well, are you assuming that the guy is really good? Well, that's a whole different story. Can you get in position to get one of those? And, and look, there's, I don't need to get into specifics, but there's times where we made attempts to get one and you just, they got picked before, you couldn't get up, the team didn't. It takes two to trade, or we just had another player higher. But we did the same thing that we do every draft. We picked the highest rated player regardless of position. So that's what we did this whole way through. That's what we're going to do again tomorrow. So, yes, we could have. There's some edge rushers still available. We don't have them ranked as high. You know what I mean? So we're just going to always get the best player.
Fair to say the search continues?
Yeah, the best player available, Joe.
Yep.
And that's what it is. It's like we're looking at this thing, and it's like I'm like, I wanted an edge, right? Even though I wanted an edge, it's like I can't complain about the players that they got. And it's like he says, like, I don't know about evaluating talent. I don't know. Like, are these guys good?
Yeah.
That's what he just asked. He's like, are these guys any? We don't know if they're any good. What he's telling us is that this wide receiver that's 6'4" that can do all these things that he wants, that we need, he's better at being a wide receiver than any edge rusher is at being an edge rusher. Right? That's essentially what he's saying right there.
Yeah, and what's the interesting thing about that is he's basically saying, without saying, look, I like some of the edge rushers. We try to trade up to get some. Didn't materialize, so we go with next on our board, and that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
So it's like I can look at all three of these picks and enjoy all three of these picks for their own different reasons. So last year, the critique was we didn't get these impact guys that impacted the roster right off the bat. All three of these guys are going to be on the team doing stuff right off the get. And they're going to impact right off the bat. So
Well,
we may get another.
I would argue with that because like a lot of people they say that the last year's draft, right? They would say that it wasn't impactful or whatever. You had one starter out of that draft. There was 25 starters from that draft that started in the NFL last year. So what do you want from it? You know, what do you want?
Well, I'm patient. So to me, I don't even go until I'm not even going to look at 24 until at the end of this next year. When we're done with the season, I'll look at the 24 guys and go, okay, here's where I think these guys, like this year, Giovanni Manu, we don't know where he's going to be or how he's going to impact the team. You know, you don't know if Ennis Rakestraw might win the slot spot. I mean, you don't know what these guys are going to impact in the second year. Mekhi Wingo may end up just being a dominant pass rusher because that's what he did at LSU. He just got injured last year, like 17 other guys. But that's what he's saying right there. Let's keep it going.
To search for an edge rusher.
We're going to search for an edge rusher.
Look for edge rusher. I told you.
Edge rusher. Yeah. We need one.
Like your ideal edge rusher, can you just define like the traits that you like in that position? What do I think we know receiver, right? Like that guy that blocks and that does everything in hand, all the things that you just went through.
He's got to win rushes. You got to set edges. That's what he's got to do. You know, however he's going to win rushes, whether it's, through pocket, through, long arming, if he can turn speed to power, if he has the instincts, if he had the craftiness with his hands, even if he does not have top juice, but you can still win rushes. So, yeah, I mean, obviously that's why you guys keep asking about that position, right? Because it's like you look at like a Madden diagram, the arrows pointing up like an arrow is drawing. And it doesn't always work that way. That's not how the defensive end positions always play, just an arrow running a hoop. But, yes, he's got to win rushes and he's got to be able to set edges.
Graham, you always know that you look for a best player available. So given, how coveted edge rushers are.
He rose more as a process went along because of his. Yes, we could have. There's some edge rushers still available. We don't have them ranked this high. You know what I mean? So we're just gonna always get the best, but you can still win rushes. So yeah, I mean, obviously that's why you guys keep asking about that position, right? Because it's like you look at like a Madden diagram, the arrows pointing up like an arrow is drawing. And it doesn't always work that way. That's not how the defensive end positions always play, just an arrow running a hoop. But, yes, he's got to win rushes and he's got to be able to set edges.
Graham, you always know that you look for a best player available. So given, how coveted edge rushers are, is there a scenario in which the Lions don't take an edge rusher in this draft?
If we don't, we don't. We're not gonna chase a position. The guy has to be a good player and that we love. Now, I'm not saying that they're not good players that other people might have higher. Might be, but we're not going to take a player that we don't value as high just because he plays a position. I've been telling you guys that forever. I don't know why. But, I mean, you guys keep asking a question because we had injuries last year, right? I just want to make that clear, right? Because we had injuries last year. That's why you guys keep... As much depth, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh man, can you tell? Hey Joe, can you tell that he's getting a little irritated? I mean, the thing is, it's almost like, hey, the depth was so good last year that we went 15-2. We didn't have Aiden Hutchinson. We didn't have Aleem McNeil. We didn't have even the backups or the backups, but yet we still went 15-2. But yet you guys are going to question me now that these guys aren't going to be good.
And I hate to tell people this, but there's a lot of good edge rushers still available in the draft. There is Jared Ivey from Ole Miss, Kyle Kennard from South Carolina. I'm a big fan of Elijah Roberts, and I think that he could be a guy that Brad Holmes targets. He's 6'4", 295, and he's a big boy, and he can set the edge just like Holmes does because he values a guy that can set the edge. You still got Jack Sawyer available, Savion Jones from LSU, but the problem with Savion Jones, well, he's a 6'6", 280 guy too, so there you go. So what I'm trying to get to people is when you look at the Lions and the way they draft, they don't like small edges. And I was going into this draft and I was hesitant to where they were going to go because with Kelvin Shepard taking over the defensive coordinator position, did you think that they might go to a 3-4 or a 4-3 or like run a hybrid or something?
I thought it was a possibility for sure. We talked about it. Definitely. He kept all them linebackers and all those defensive tackles. It was like, man, he only kept 6 linebackers last year, and now you already have 8, and you've invested money into all 8 of them. So it's like, damn, that's a lot of linebackers.
My point is, they didn't go with the smaller edge rushers. Those are your guys that are usually the linebackers,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you're not gonna put like I remember people wanted Josiah Stewart, right? The guy from Michigan.
They can still get him.
Well, he's off the board now. I think he went to.
Did he?
He went to. God, where did he go? He just went. Oh, he went to the Rams. Now, the thing about Josiah Stewart that a lot of people don't understand is, he is 6'1", 245.
Right. He's got that outside linebacker build.
So that is not a guy that you're going to set on the edge against like a left tackle. There's just no effing way. There's no way.
Right. Emory Jones goes to Baltimore at 91. Quarterback, Jalen Milroe goes to Seattle. There you go. There. Jonas Zanker, safety, Virginia, goes to the Saints, and Dylan Gabriel, quarterback, goes from Oregon, goes to the Browns.
Do you know who's still available?
Who's still available?
Shedeur Sanders.
It's my quarterback.
Oh no. I just wanted to catch everybody up, and then we're gonna finish this Brad Holmes thing. So
Russ, a quick question. How funny will it effing be? Because I know you're a Buckeye fan. How funny would it be if Shedeur doesn't get drafted before Will Howard gets drafted?
Oh,
dude.
Wow.
I'm telling you right now.
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I'm surprised that Jack Sawyer has dropped this far.
Yeah.
But there is part of me that doesn't.
No.
That doesn't feel that. Because, I watched Talik Williams make it pretty easy for pass rushers to get sacks at Ohio State.
So I'm looking at the best available right now, and if you're talking about a Ohio State guy that I think would be the best player available, it's the safety Lathan Ransom. You remember him?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see who we got here. Man, they got some good players that are left. Damn. I'm going to finish up this Brad Holmes, what he was saying about this is the press conference right here. I wanted to get off of the live. I'm hoping that it is. I'm off the live by now.
No, you're still on.
We'll keep looking. I mean, we turn over every stone. There's other avenues in the
I'm live
process, so it doesn't stop at the draft. So we'll see. But no, I mean it's a fair statement. But I mean, just because you don't draft one doesn't mean. I mean, we got one last year, at the trade deadline. So, but that's not. It's more on the top of y'all's priority than it is on the top of our priority.
Is it fair to ask if Mike Green was on your board?
Oh, I'll keep that to ourselves.
Stop playing with us.
He said, he kind of models his game after Puka. I think that's maybe one thing we could see carried over from your time at the Rams, just the way you guys value receivers and the type of receivers with the physicality and whatnot.
how's your, I guess, over the course of your scouting career to now, like how's your view of the receiving position changed and the traits you really look for at that spot?
Yeah, I think so much goes into, especially in this world, so much goes into the highlights and the explosive plays, and those are great, and the 40 times and all this and that. But man, look, the guy's got to have instincts. He's got to be a football player, and he's got to be tough. And there's a lot of dirty work that's involved at that position. And it's a hard position to learn. So you got to be really, really smart. You got to be able to do a lot of different roles. You got to be able to dig out safeties. You got to be able to do a lot of different things in the run game. Like, yeah, we've had an explosive run game for the past years, but that's because our wide receivers block. And if your wide receivers don't block, you can't have an explosive running game. And so, like, those are things. But you have to want to be able to block, you got to be tough. And, there's some guys that might be very explosive and, maybe run fast and have great hands, but if they're not tough and physical, so that's kind of, it's that, and also, like, being able to run through a tackle.
Outside of this, were you pleased that you were able to fortify your trenches, which obviously is a big deal, but a big offensive lineman, a big defensive lineman, was that imperative in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, we would have liked to come away, we knew that we wanted to add more youth into the offensive line, and like I told you guys, that probably maybe at the end of the season, that's just always going to be at the forefront no matter what. So that's always going to go into every single draft probably. But the defensive line the same way. I mean, that's the foundation that's where games are won. And so I think it's going to always be of importance. It's not going to be just, you got to have this edge rusher. You got to have this, it's just the OLDO, it starts there.
When you drafted Mahogany last year, you affectionately referred to him as a dirtbag. Tate said that's a moniker he also wears proudly. How exciting is the prospect of having two guards that kind of both think in that same way?
Yeah. I think that's going to be cool, both those guys being in the locker room together and in that O-line room together. But, that's just, again, just like Mahogany fit what we're looking for, Tate fits what we're looking for. Whether he's got his mullet or not, he's gonna. He plays the game the right way. He's tough, he's physical, he's a lot more athletic than you may think, and he's got a lot more versatility than people may realize. And that's really when he really rose through the process for us. But those guys fit. They're smart, they're tough, they're gritty, and they play our style of ball. Yeah.
As your roster sort of evolves,
Yeah.
you might be able to play that count pick game a little bit. You used both, in trades today. So, just can you share your philosophy on how important it is to acquire them and what it means when you have?
Yeah, no, I think they're great. You just got to be strategic in terms of how you utilize them. So again, you got to be convicted on the player if you're going to spend it. But, and I know that was 2/3 for next year. Quite frankly, we're not picking in the third round next year. But again, those are the decisions that you got to be at peace with. And obviously the comp pick is really, really late. But, a lot of teams discount our picks, for trades, really, really late as well. So all those things come into play when you're trying to trade up. But the comp picks for sure, they're very valuable. They're very valuable today.
Come into play later on down the road.
Oh, you're talking about to acquire the comp picks? Oh yeah, absolutely. We talk about that every year. When do you stop, spending over a certain amount and in terms of what you're going to be losing. So we strategically go over that every year just to see what we can possibly come up with. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's something that's always at the top of mind during free agency.
What's the message on the sweatshirt? Lightweight speed? What is that?
Yeah, you got it. It's it's just a line through height, weight, speed. Yeah, no, it's just I say height, weight, speed is It is the opposite of film evaluation, and we're all about film evaluation, and that's the hard part of scouting. That's height, weight, speed is easy. Stats are
Thanks,
easy.
Dwayne.
A position listed is easy, but film evaluation is hard to figure it out. Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Boom. There it is. There it is. Brad Holmes laying it out there.
Said what he needed to say, man. Said what he needed to say. That's all it comes down to.
It's almost like getting scolded by your dad and you know you did some shit wrong. Like I was on the Myles Garrett, I'm trade F those picks and everything like that, and he's making me look really, really dumb right now. And that just, we'll have to see, but I'm sure that, I mean, I like these picks. These picks are good picks, man. Like, they're good players. All three players are going to impact the team this year. You know, different than last year. We had one player that impacted, but a whole bunch. It's almost like having two draft classes, getting like a rake straw. You know, if we get Manu and Wingo to come in and take any kind of valuable snaps this year, it's almost like having two draft classes.
That's basically what it is. And Manu's gonna come along. He's a project. Like, he was like a Jordan Mailata when the Philadelphia Eagles drafted him, and look how that turned out. So,
well, I mean, he's been training. I think that he's gonna compete for meaningful snaps this year.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna definitely compete for a backup spot too, for sure. So,
I think that he could take some like Dan Skipper type snaps.
Yeah.
In this type of year, and then because in a couple of years there's going to be a transition type of thing that happens, especially if Manu works and he can take over right guard duties, and I believe that they will switch Sewell over to left tackle at that point.
Yeah,
if they're going to make a move like that, because definitely I want my best player on the blind side of my quarterback, and he's proven that he'll play either side like that. So I like these players that are on our team. You know, even like Sione Vaki. It's like he was a special teams ace last year. They drafted him in the 4th round, but he impacted the team more than what people would say. They're like, we didn't get it. We got some running back. And it's like, no, we got a special teams guy that played well in his first year. And he's like the 4th running back, you know?
Yep.
So
I agree with that.
And then you get really, we're going to have a starting guard that they drafted in the 6th freaking round. And you're going to tell me 2024 was an unsuccess because Terry Arnold struggled with penalties in the first 8 games of the season?
Well, I always tell people how much can you judge a draft class in 1 year? You can't. So
you can't judge one in 3 years, but I'll have a conversation after 2.
2 years is good. 3 years you can get a little bit of a concrete answer. 4 years it's written in stone. So people.
But I can't even say that. You know, even with the 4, there's a couple of things that have popped up, like the Levi thing. Like, Levi is going to play well this year, and he's going to go get a contract somewhere.
Yeah,
he ain't going to play here.
Yeah, his market value last year when they signed him was $13 million.
Right.
So his market value is worth $13 million for Levi Onwuzurike. Okay.
But he'll have a chance to earn that. I mean, and I know that we just drafted that guy, so it's like the DJ Reader and you know, and Levi, the 1-year guys are probably 1-year guys. If not, you know, DJ Reader being out the door even sooner than later, because they can save a lot of cap without taking a lot of penalties if they did release Reader. And maybe they could re-sign an extension to a certain pass rusher.
Yep.
That's going to be a lot of money. We were talking about that earlier. Is there any chance that the Lions go with $20 million 5th-year option and just let him play on that? Is there any way that he plays on that $20 million 5th-year option?
Who, Hutch?
Yeah, I mean, we have the rights. The team has the rights to do that. I mean, is there any way they business him, or is this done?
It's done.
It's a done deal in the summer, isn't it?
No, basically what they do is, so like the 5th-year option, what they do is when you add a 5th year, when you sign a 5th-year option, usually that means that you're trying to work through the contract or work through something, or you just need another year to judge the player, Oh yeah, Raiders picked Caleb Rogers. They went back-to-back tackles. Wow.
Hey, I like it. And Dwayne Keene, you're knocking it out of the park, dude. You are I just realized what you were doing, and I'm writing your posts all the way into the sunset of the 3rd round here, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
3 more picks left in the 3rd round. Let's see what the 49ers will do.
There you go. Back-to-back tackles.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
what I
it.
said. Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that I had both of them up there for a little while. This is 2 different. This isn't the Raiders taking 1 tackle. This is Raiders going Caleb Rogers into Charles Grant. This is 2 different players. Could you imagine that? Right, left side. Boom.
But they got good tackles, so I don't know what the hell they're doing, to be honest. So
depth. Dude, you can never have enough big men. Honestly.
Well, if I was the Raiders and I had that 2nd pick, to be honest, I would have went
Yeah, Dwayne's more on top of it than I am. But I'm having a great conversation with you, Joe. I appreciate
for
you
sure
coming on here, man.
I don't know, man. I don't know. If I was the Raiders, I would have picked I would have picked Lathan Ransom, the safety from Ohio State. There was better tackles on the board. It's crazy. This whole draft is crazy because when you think about it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 players in the top 100 of Pro Football Focus's big board. They're still available.
I think this is a funny story because, I mean, if you want to say for any reason that they're avoiding him, it's like can you have a smidge of humility? And it's like, if you can find that humility inside of yourself, Shedeur, and as soon as you find that humility, that's when you will find your team, and then you can let your talents do all the talking. But at the point, you're a kid going into a grown man's game, and I figured that your daddy would have taught you better than that. But that's why you're getting avoided, because the character. There's nobody that's going to be above the team.
Now, I would have said if they drafted, I would have said the Raiders would have drafted Shedeur Sanders. I think that was the best spot for him. But as we go on, the 49ers are not picking Shedeur Sanders, I don't think. So the Eagles, the Vikings are not. The Vikings are 102, their last pick in the 3rd round. That pick is from Detroit. That's funny.
That's it. I mean, maybe he goes undrafted, but at the point where you get to like a sixth round, the hell, I wouldn't even give a shit if the Lions took threw a dart,
a flyer
in the 6th round. I mean, well, who cares at that point? He's better than Jake Fromm.
Maybe that's why they got all those 6th rounders. That's the crazy part.
Just on a jersey, it would be worth a 6th round pick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Throw a dart at the wall and see if
that's right.
Thing.
But The kid's got to get some humility. Maybe being a third string quarterback would do that for him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you never know. Maybe the kid comes in and shocks the world. I mean, Russell Wilson was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, but you know what? The thing about Russell Wilson is at least he had some humility in him, you know?
At the beginning.
Yeah, no, okay. At the end, he turned into a super douche. Like I the whole thing with Broncos Nation about the ride and all that jazz. It's like
a super douche.
Yes, he literally did, dude. Like just like
dude, his douchery was so bad that it needed a cape.
It really did.
Oh, we're having some fun.
You're like you with Russell Wilson. You're like, this dude. He used to be cool, and then he turned into a super douche, like a really bad, like just this guy was just like always about himself. Like when he was doing push-ups on a plane, I'm like, bro, why are you doing push-ups on a plane in front of the media? Like, what are you trying to do?
Push-ups on a plane? I mean, just the thought of that is actually kind of cool. You know, like you're flying through the air.
Well, if I'm gonna do anything on a plane, it involves physical activity. That's the last thing I'm doing, So it is what.
There we go.
Oh man,
Dwayne coming through again. Yeah, pick 100, cornerback, Upton Stout out of Western Kentucky.
Oh my goodness gracious!
And it's
Upton Stout. Holy mother of God.
Upton Stout.
He is way down that board. Wow. All right. Safety.
Is that way late?
He's a safety. Yeah, he's a safety.
God, there's still some good edge rushers available, man.
So this guy,
That's crazy.
This guy was drafted at pick 100, right? He was on Pro Football Focus's board. He was 197.
Right.
It's
but
a weird
yet,
draft.
Number 47 edge rusher Braden Swinson is still available. Jared Ivey.
Yep, Jared Ivey.
Kyle Kennard, Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones. All these guys are still available, and it's crazy. But I think that it comes down to it's like there were so many of them. If everybody's already picked one, it's like the chances of you wanting to pick another one. It's like that's why they're falling because there's more than one position on a football field.
Yep,
that's why they're falling.
Yep,
we need other stuff. Is why they're falling.
There's a lot of defensive linemen available. That CJ West kid out of Indiana, I like him too, but no one's picked him yet either. So,
we're gonna make it, Joe. Only 2 more picks. It's only 11:17. I'm gonna be in bed by 11:30. This is amazing.
Woo.
It's amazing. This is my 4th year in a row, and in 2 years with absolutely nobody watching. I think I actually had a few hundred people that came in and out. Savion Jones, edge, LSU, out of Denver, going to the Denver Broncos. We were just talking about him. Yep. Thank you, Dwayne. You are the man. You are the man. Dude, I appreciate the 5 people that actually stayed up until the end. Like, this isn't even Lions the Lions finished picking like a half an hour ago. But I just have this thing within myself that I have to complete things that I say that I'm going to do. And, I'm doing the 2nd and 3rd round. I'm here to the end. All the way to the kneel down. When the clock hits 0, that's when my job is done.
No, you did good. You had 2,000 people view you, so you're good.
Good.
It's just like
even for 5 seconds to be like, damn, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure that they were nicer than that. Pick 102. It's over. Dun, 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 dun. The last pick. They went quick. The Minnesota Vikings select Ty Felton, wide receiver out of Maryland.
Oh, I like that. That's a pretty good one.
So Minnesota's been kind of quiet, but that's pretty. They like getting them wide receivers, man. Jefferson, Addison, and now that's kind of interesting that they went.
Savion Jones went to the Broncos, so that's a good pick for them.
Yep, but we're done, and I'm gonna share this right here so we can share this one instead. Let me get this. Come on now. Let me get you up here. Let's see what we got. So we're looking at edge rushers, right? And I know that we're not even going to be picking. We're at 102, 103. So we're not picking for 80 picks. But I don't think that it's too far-fetched to see a couple of these guys, especially in the top 120. David Walker.
Oh, don't be shocked. Don't be shocked that the Lions trade back in to get someone.
But, they're still, Jared Ivey's a good player.
Yeah.
Kyle Kennard, Elijah Roberts.
Yep.
But
I like Elijah Roberts.
Because you're talking about a dude, right? That's what we were looking for. It's obvious, like, going into this draft, I didn't know, Joe, because I was looking at this draft and I was going, man, are they going to a 3-4? Because if they drafted, a smaller jack linebacker type of dude, they have the linebackers that are versatile enough that we could switch to a 3-4 and it would work. But they didn't do that.
Well, that's what I was interested in too, is are they going to switch to a 3-4 or are they going to stick with a 4-3? What are they going to do?
But they answered. I think they answered that question
very quickly.
With this. So a guy like, if we're looking at what we have left, Swinson's 250 pounds. I know that he's rated as the 47th overall prospect by PFF, and it'll be like, why didn't we get him? And it's like, well, because that doesn't fit us. Jared Ivey, he's a little bit different. 6'6", 285. You're talking about a guy that seems more like somebody that we would go after, but I doubt that he would be there at pick 182. Kyle Kennard, he's more of, a long and lean dude, 6'5", 254. Maybe.
No, I think Elijah Roberts would be a good one. Ivy would be a good one.
And I know that people don't want to hear this, but Jack Sawyer's got the build for this defense. 6'5", 260. You could put 5 to 10 pounds of muscle on this kid, and you got yourself an NFL, because he's got the instincts. I watched him play.
Yeah, don't rule out if the Lions take Quandarius Robinson, the edge rusher from Alabama. Now he's a little bit of a tweener. He's 6'5", 241, but he had a 24 pass rush win rate. So there you go.
Yeah, there's still some pretty good dudes. Even if you're talking about the top 150, there's still 15 pass rushers that even PFF would think that they're good, and they always find other guys too. So don't count Brad Holmes out on that 6th round pick. But
no, he's always moving and shaking around the 6th round, so you expect some fireworks tomorrow,
So it's way laid back tomorrow. There will not be a morning show. I know that we usually jump on Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. We're not going to do that. We're just going to go ahead and get that thing started right at noon when the draft starts, and we're going to carry it through, and we're going to finish it out, man. Rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's just Joe Chap.
Yep.
Right. That's the Detroit Lions News Podcast.
What a trooper, man. You're going to go through the whole draft,
I love it, man. It's like a badge that I wear that nobody gives a shit about. It's awesome. So I'm Russell Wayne. I'm at 313 Villain. You know, Johnny Gaz was in the house tonight. Go over there and give him a like and a follow if you get a chance. And then I got a couple of the pages too at Villain Squad. That's Facebook and YouTube for both of those. So thank you everybody for being part of the Draft Day Villain Report Special Edition. We added 3 players and over the last 2 days, and I think they're all really, really good players. But we're gonna carry it into tomorrow. So faith, family, and then football in that order. We don't take ourselves too seriously. You know, we use football. We don't let football use us. And I say a prayer over everybody's life because it's 11:25 and I'm about ready to take off. So may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you until we meet again. In Jesus' name, thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of the stream. Peace out.